Good morning. Welcome everyone to Maine's 130th State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty and I am a Senator in District 34 down in York County. I'm going to ask that I have my committee members introduce themselves and we'll get into today's public hearings rather quickly this morning. Senator Daughtry, please, if you would.
Good morning. I'm State Senator Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Senate District 24.
Senator Woodsum, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dave Woodsum, District 33, which encompasses several towns, school district of Sanford, Massabesic, and Saucony Valley.
Thank you very much. Representative Dodge.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
Good morning. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Dave McCray, representing the people of District 148. I reside in Fort Fairfield up in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millett.
Good morning, Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, Tim Roach, District 7, most of Wells.
Thank you. And let's see, is it somebody trying to come in? We have Representative Stearns, sir.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury, please.
Good morning. I am Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you very much. And also with us this morning will be our clerk, Sam Baker. We also have an analyst, Sam Semp. And folks, this morning, just keep in mind that this is a public hearing on a number of bills this morning, and this is being live streamed. You should be conscious of that and be careful with the microphones. Those of you that are waiting in the Zoom to come into the Zoom, as you transition in as a potential testimony, please be sure that you identify yourself, your town of residence, and any organization or affiliation you might have. We appreciate that very much. And if we could all keep in mind, let's assume that we're guests in one another's home. That would be greatly appreciated as we move through our day. First up this morning is LD 705. That is going to be presented by Representative Millett, and that is a resolve to improve the air quality and ventilation in Maine's public schools. Representative, you have the floor.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and fellow members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Rebecca Millett, representing House District 30 in the town of Cape Elizabeth. I present to you today LD 705, a resolve to improve air quality and ventilation in Maine's public schools. As has become ever more clear during this pandemic, ventilation is a key determinant in healthy school environments. We must learn this lesson and ensure our school infrastructure supports a healthier future. With this legislation and subsequent rulemaking, we will support our schools' efforts to sustain clean, safe air for our students, educators, and staff. Current Maine Department rules, only prescribe that there should be sufficient air changes to produce healthful conditions and to avoid odors or concentrations of toxic substances or dust particles. That's it. There is no definition of healthful condition. The lack of specificity leaves this open to interpretation, uneven application, and a patchwork of ventilation practices across the state. Maine must ensure uniform standards apply to every district, school, and classroom in order to protect the health of all who spend many hours in these spaces. Consistent standards will play a fundamental role in helping our school districts more confidently respond, heaven forbid, to future health threats like the COVID-19 pandemic. Joseph G. Allen, the director of Harvard's Healthy Building Program, explains, quote, "Exposure is a function of concentration and time. About 3% of the air each person in a room breathes was exhaled by another person. This recirculation of viral particles around the classroom can quickly increase the risk of infection to everyone in the room. Effective ventilation is a necessary layer of protection for those occupying school spaces. Ventilation is also our most effective tool in mitigating the risk of radon poisoning. Areas with poor ventilation see a significant increase in radon concentrations, yet another potential health risk to students and staff. Depending on the facility, radon concentration in buildings with poor or no ventilation can exceed 10,000 BQ per m cubed, or 33 times safe concentrations. As a leading source of lung cancer, school air regulations must ensure proper circulation to mitigate against radon risks. Maine students should be confident, no matter where they go to school, that the air is safe to breathe, so passing LD 705 and promulgating appropriate rules will help us attain this goal by taking real steps to protect the health of our children. The stakes couldn't be higher. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but if you have technical questions, please hold those for folks who will be coming in behind me.
My apologies. Any questions for Representative Millette, please? Thank you, folks, very much. Representative, great
Thank
job. And, yes, thank you. Have a great day, and we'll good luck with this moving forward. Next up this morning, we have Nate Williams. And these folks, several of them are speaking for LD 705. It'll be Nate, followed by Christy Crocker and Wilson Hess. Thank you. Good morning, Nate.
Good morning, and I'd like to thank the chair, Senator Rafferty, and Representative Brennan. My name is Nate Williams, and I am the Director of Collective Bargaining and Research for the Maine Education Association, MEA, which represents 24,000 teachers, education support professionals, and retired educators across Maine. I'm here to testify in support of LD 705, resolved to improve air quality and ventilation in Maine's public schools. The issue of ventilation and indoor air quality, or IAQ, has come to the forefront with COVID-19 pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, along with the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRAE, have recommended air quality and ventilation standards. The bottom line recommendations are that adequate ventilation combined with good indoor air quality can significantly reduce the risk for COVID-19 infection. However, many of the recommendations included in the CDC and ASHRAE recommendations are either impractical or impossible given the state of ventilation systems in Maine's public schools. Some school buildings are 100 years old or older, with heating systems that have not been updated in decades. When there is not a modern mechanical HVAC system, one produced within the last 5 years, the common recommendation is to open windows to ensure proper ventilation. However, this presents an impossible dilemma for Maine's public schools in the winter months. Some schools have opened the windows and forced students and staff to wear winter coats and hats indoors. Others expended resources they did not plan to or budget for to upgrade systems. Yet others have tried their best with portable air filters and humidifiers in order to minimize the risk without creating additional health and safety issues. Another issue is those buildings that have adequate HVAC systems, but they may not have been sufficiently maintained. Due to the age of many school buildings' HVAC systems, they cannot use the recommended air filter because it is too thick to work with an older HVAC system, effectively blocking fresh or clean air from coming in, negating the purpose of the HVAC system. Other school buildings have not kept up with changing the air filters as frequently as they should. We have heard reports of air filters still in use months after they should have been changed. While the bill before you would not address the immediate concerns of air quality in our schools, the COVID pandemic has illustrated how important air quality is for the health and well-being of our students and educators. This bill is intended to provide a long-term solution to this issue that has been exposed by the pandemic. Hopefully, we will use this opportunity and what we learned over the course of the pandemic to make improvements in the basic infrastructure of our public schools. improvements designed to improve the overall safety of our schools. LD 705 will require the Department of Education to develop standards for air quality via rulemaking, and those rules will be major, substantive, and returned to this committee for review. What's more, the bill recognizes the challenge schools will face in installing new air quality systems, especially in school systems lacking mechanical modern HVAC systems. The bill establishes a target date of July 1, 2026 to give school districts 5 years to develop plans to address any air quality systems not up to the new rules. For these reasons, MEA encourages you to vote ought to pass on LD 705. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Williams, please, folks, at this time? Yes, Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said, Mr. Williams, that if a system was more than 5 years old, it probably was inefficient. What estimate would you say of the number of systems in Maine schools? Would it be like 90% who probably are not actually efficient?
I don't have an exact number for you, but I'd be happy to look into it and get back to you for the work session with that data.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions, please, folks, of Mr. Williams? Sir, thank you very much for your time today, your testimony. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Before I call on the next testimony, is there anyone that's, oh, I've lost them now. They've been here and gone. We did introductions, and I just wanted to let you folks have a chance to say hello this morning. Representative Brennan? Why not? Oh.
I think he's gone again, Senator, but I think I saw him.
I did a couple times, but how about Representative Crockett, and we'll go from.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Apologies, I had a little issues with my link to get in on time. I'm Representative Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Jan, Representative Dodge. She looks like.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've already introduced myself and said good morning. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You appeared like you were trying to get my attention. I'm sorry. Representative Brennan, please, sir.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland, and I'm going to leave right now to go back to HHS. They're struggling to get a quorum, and I came here to make sure we had a quorum, but I will see you in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I know we have, all right, so next up then, I believe, will be Christy Crocker, please. And Christy will be followed by Wilson Hess and Bruce Colbum.
All right. Can you all hear me? I think
Yes.
we must all say that 100 times over every day. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Christy Crocker. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Indoor Air Quality Council. We're a small nonprofit organization here in the state of Maine. Our mission is to create healthy and environmentally sustainable indoor environments. We do that through education, communications, and advocacy. And thanks to COVID, we have had a very busy year. We support, Maine Indoor Air Quality Council is here today to support LD 705, which aims to improve ventilation in Maine schools. And again, thanks to COVID, the whole world now recognizes the value of ventilation in creating a healthy indoor environment. In addition to all the great resources that Representative Millett provided to you, we also know that there are hundreds of studies that support two key concepts around ventilation in schools generally. The first is that ventilation in schools improves student performance. And the second is that ventilation in schools minimizes exposures to airborne airborne pollutants, including virus particles like the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. I do have some recommendations for you for ways that you could approach this bill with maybe some sort of more strategic thinking. The first is that rather than directing the department to develop its own standards, it would be a whole lot more efficient to simply rely on ASHRAE 62.1 as the ventilation standard for Maine schools, but then create guidance for those schools without mechanical ventilation or with ventilation systems that don't have the capacity to meet 62.1. The reason we make this recommendation is because architects, engineers, and all professionals are already using 62.1 when they're designing mechanical systems. It really is truly the standard of care used not just in Maine, but around the country and around the globe for making sure that we're providing a minimum level of ventilation throughout educational spaces and throughout all larger buildings. It's a standard that's designed for larger buildings. And ASHRAE 62.1 also has the benefit of already being adopted as part of the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code. And it's also required already by the Maine Department of Education for all new school construction and major school renovation projects. And it's already been mentioned here today by the Maine Education Association that there are challenges in Maine school buildings in terms of trying to meet even the minimum ventilation standards that are set forth by whatever standard you pick, but certainly ASHRAE 62.1. And of particular concern is those schools that don't have any mechanical ventilation. The Maine Department of Education, when we were doing some work groups earlier this year, mentioned that approximately 22% of Maine school facilities rely on natural ventilation, which is no mechanical equipment to move air in and out of a building. It's relying on natural air infiltration to ventilate those spaces. And while there certainly are strategies that you can use to increase ventilation in a naturally ventilated space, it's really difficult, I think, and probably even impossible to ask the Maine Department of Education to try to set a uniform set of rules or even a standard that would address those buildings. There's just so many variables: building size, type, construction, window style, window placement, site orientation, occupancy levels, so many variables that we don't know about those buildings that I think trying to actually set a uniform standard for those types of schools would be a nightmare for the department. So we would recommend instead you sort of relax the language and suggest that they develop best practice guidance that schools could implement until they can be working towards strategies for making sure that they could comply with ASHRAE 62.1. The second point that I wanted to make is really sort of a more systemic one, and it would be amazing if you could use this bill as a vehicle to do this, or really consider maybe there's another bill vehicle that's before you to really strategically think about how are we going to deal with a lot of these environmental health and safety issues in schools globally. And it really comes down to the fact that we have no data. The department has no data on what schools have currently to address a lot of these issues. They don't really know what ventilation systems they have. They don't know whether they have lead paint, and we haven't tested the drinking water. We haven't tested for radon. There's just so much that we haven't done to gather data about school facilities that would help inform you on a policy level. And right in my testimony, I say it must be so hard for you to pass legislation when you don't know what or even how big a problem might be. And I just think back to all of these environmental health and safety issues that have come before this committee and the legislature in the past number of years. There have been bills for radon, lead, asbestos, arsenic, drinking water, energy efficiency, sprinkler systems, and mold. And that doesn't even include concerns that people have for PCBs, flood risk generators, and other potential concerns that we're all still researching. So I would strongly encourage this committee to try to come up with a strategy where we can conduct a comprehensive assessment of all Maine school facilities. Data from that assessment would inform the department, school communities, and the public about school infrastructures throughout the state. It would identify not only problems and needs, but also successes and possible replicable strategies. It would provide you with data that informs you on development of a comprehensive plan to bring all school facilities up to modern environmental health and safety standards. And it would also provide you with data to support development of funding strategies to then implement fixes so we can bring facilities up to environmental health and safety standards. That's really all I have for you today. I just want you to also know that the Maine Indoor Air Quality Council has a broad collaborative membership full of professionals who deal with these issues every day. I'd be very pleased to bring some of those to you to the work session to answer any of the questions that you have. And please know that we're always ready to work with the legislature as well as the Maine Department of Education to achieve any of these goals. It's what we do. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of Ms. Crocker at this time? Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Crocker, I'd appreciate it if you would bring that information and data with you to the work session, please.
Well, is there specific information or data that you're looking for?
No, this is all new to me, but I mean, information you feel would help us going forward.
Okay.
All right.
That's very broad.
That's pretty broad, okay? But I'm going to trust that you can narrow it down a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, please, of Ms. Crocker at this time? Seeing none, just want to say thank you for your testimony and being here, but also, you know, it sounds like you're willing to be a great resource for us at our hearing. So we appreciate that and your availability.
Thank you.
Have
I'm
a
happy to
great
be
day.
here. Thanks, you too.
Next up is going to be Wilson Hess, and then Bruce Colbum is going to follow Mr. Hess. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator, and pleasure to be with you all today. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, oops, he's out right now, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Wilson Hess. I reside in Freedom, Maine, in Waldo County. Hello, Representative Dodge, my neighbor, in the broad sense. And I'm here today on behalf of the State Board to speak in support of LD 750, a resolve to improve air quality and ventilation in Maine public schools. A healthy physical environment is essential to providing the best quality educational experience and to the general health of our youth. Our recent experiences with the COVID-19 pandemic have brought heightened awareness to indoor air quality in our schools. Yet the State Board's Construction Committee has grown increasingly aware for several years that our present air quality provisions beyond the pandemic are not consistent with the best available techniques and technology for air quality and safety in schools. And I hope as you work forward on this issue, that's a phrase from the literature that you focus on the best available techniques and technology. LD 705 represents an important initiative to respond to the broad and significant issue of the safety of air quality in our students' learning environments statewide. The State Board has a significant role in school construction in Maine under Chapter 61, State Board rules for major capital school construction projects. It also closely coordinates with Chapter 64 of the Department of Education, a rule on governing the application and approval for projects to be considered through the School Revolving Renovation Fund and Facility Maintenance and Capital Improvement Plans. Both rules have specific health and safety provisions pertaining to air quality and ventilation, which are integral to compliance with what's proposed, what's existing in Chapter 125 and what would be. So we have two specific recommendations that we hope carry forward in your discussion. First, the board recommends that the review of Chapter 125 also examine chapters 61 and 64 to suggest aligning language as necessary. The State Board further recommends that the generic language in Chapter 125 requiring HVAC systems, quote, be maintained in compliance with HVAC regulations and rules, be replaced by language representing the best available practice national standards of the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRAE, as Ms. Crocker indicated to you, and specifically 62.1 is the core of that. She gave you some very good advice in that regard. And such standards that are referenced in 125, we strongly encourage be carried over to chapters 61 and 64. Also, just want to, in a little sidebar, reinforce Ms. Crocker's point about assessment and data. There is, we've been watching this for the better part of 2 years. There is no data chain. There is science that suggests that there are a variety of factors with poor ventilation that lead to poor student performance, including most notably high concentrations of CO2 in many of our school buildings nationally that are the result of poor ventilation. So there are a number of factors there. But I just want to reinforce her notion about needing assessment. A healthy physical environment is essential in providing best quality education. The Maine School Revolving Renovation Fund is a popular and successful program which assists local schools in providing healthy and safe learning environments while extending the lives of buildings. It's likely to be a major funding source for this revised rule as it moves forward. To keep the fund sustainable, we should pay attention to that. That'll be a matter of other matters before this committee, I'm sure, later in this session. So the State Board of Education is in support of LD 750. We encourage an ought to pass. Be happy to answer any questions the committee may have or provide additional information regarding the relevant national standards for the work session on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Any questions at this time, folks? Again, not seeing any, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
We have 2 more folks speaking for. Next up will be Bruce Colbum, and Bruce will be followed by Don Bresnahan. Good morning. Good morning. Is it me?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Sorry, I apologize. My name is Bruce Colburn, and I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Maine. I have a PhD in engineering and have been serving as a consultant on many facilities around the state. I come here today to speak on this topic of ventilation air for schools and the problems I see. There is a serious shortage of properly conditioned outside air that is not getting admitted into classrooms at many schools in Maine. I know this for a fact because I've personally been involved in many of these. This finding comes from extensive instrumentation of many facilities and long-term data tracking at some, coupled with my personal observations of the types of HVAC systems installed in the schools today. This should be of concern to you as the lack of fresh air has a detrimental impact on learning ability of young students. but this situation is solvable. You've had other guest speakers, and I mirror everything they said about the importance of fresh outside air for learning. Due to the COVID problem in particular, I have been testing, analyzing, and helping redesign heating and ventilating systems for schools in Maine. I have found great deficiencies in the amount of outside air as demonstrated by actual logged CO2 levels. Now, why CO2? CO2 is typically utilized as the surrogate for lack of fresh air. It also relates to whether you have other pollutants, which was also mentioned by some others. Levels, basically, if the total parts per million of CO2 is in excess of somewhere around 1100, there is some meaningful degradation of learning ability. And it doesn't matter whether it's male, female, younger, or older, it's just a practical situation that has been demonstrated by, as was mentioned, there's literally hundreds of studies. I attached a handful to my testimony, maybe 10 or something, but there's a huge amount. They all show the same sort of thing. I found CO2 levels easily exceeding that amount of about 1100 total, even to the level of 2,500 parts per million in some classrooms in operation. And that's basically terrible. We often find mechanical systems failures as a part of the reason for this, or they, as has been pointed out already, or they were never designed with that in mind. And as you know, many of your schools in Maine are relatively old. And in addition, one of the things I have seen all over the state is that if in doubt, don't fix it and don't replace it. It's just a problem, probably directly associated with lack of funds. But as a result, even a system that is designed for and has the theoretical capability of providing sufficient outside air, it may not because of the physical deterioration or the fact that you can't even get parts for stuff because it's 40 and 50 years old and they stopped manufacturing it 30 years ago. The point is that there is a serious need to support upgrading the air systems to provide sufficient outside air for a proper learning environment. But of course, this costs money and is an issue to be resolved. And the COVID situation obviously has further highlighted this situation. And so it's more important than ever. But independent of COVID is this whole learning situation. But regardless, the COVID situation or things associated with it show the importance of fresh air. If nothing else, it's a dilution factor to keep fresh air and so on. The bottom line is basically funding is needed to aid the schools in this quest. A number of the districts are looking into this, but kind of having a difficulty of money. And as I said a minute ago, I attached for you information on a number of studies that have been done that show this clear degradation as the parts per million goes up. And it's actually pretty dramatic. After you get around 1,000 or 1,100 ppm, the degradation is that much more worse. At one school we had, the superintendent said, oh, that explains why, so many words, little Johnny kept falling asleep in there. It's because it was stuffy. Stuffy typically means warm in the winter and very little fresh outside air. And we had classrooms with virtually zero outside air, as has been mentioned. It was designed that way long ago because they'd say open the window. Well, that doesn't work so good when it's 10 degrees Fahrenheit outside and you have students near the windows, but you do what you can to make things happen. My point is the children of the state deserve to have a better learning environment, and districts need some support in this, along with, as has been mentioned, some newer design guidelines. ASHRAE 62.1 is an excellent one, and you'll find that a lot of the designs being done for schools and hospitals today in Maine already follow it. The code may not require it, but they're doing it anyway because it's sort of a guideline standard. Anyway, I wish you well in looking into this and hope that you will be able to help not only in establishing better standards, but also to assist in finding some funding to support these places. I'd be happy to answer questions or supplement it with further information to the committee should they choose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question from Representative McRae, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Colburn, for being here today and bringing your scientific expertise to the table. I particularly appreciate your emphasis on fresh air exchange. We kind of get hung up on filtration, and while that is kind of important, there are some particles that really aren't going to get filtered out, but fresh air does a really great job of moving things out. So would you say that would you reiterate the degree to which air exchange is important, especially with regard to things that may not be able to be filtered out?
Well, yeah, air exchange is like the first line of defense. It is the dilution factor. But in addition, it's also an important thing to bring in fresh oxygen, which helps to keep the mind fresh. So your point about the filtration is very important. I didn't address that here, but filtration is after you've done a fair job of including sufficient outside air in the first place, both for dilution of pollutants, because there's pollutants in the space. When you put in a new set of furniture, sometimes there's off-gassing, and that creates its own problems. But fresh air is critical, and then to have good filtration is second, and that can be included. But my point is really that step one is to have sufficient outside air, and part of that problem is that a lot of the old systems are old, they've not been that well taken care of, or they've done their best, but they don't have parts, and they really can't afford to do the upgrade replacement with a new system. And the new system may be not a replacement in kind. It may be to have properly ventilated air, so you bring controlled fresh air into the building and you exhaust it properly, and then you heat and cool however appropriately. Many of the systems now, like unit ventilators in classrooms, they have a little damper that sometimes works. Sometimes, because it's down near the ground and it's snowed out, guess what? The snow's piled up over it, and the amount of outside air getting in is very little. It's just a fundamental situation of what I'll call the old basic design. It's not that the design was terrible, but it's now understood to introduce its own problems, and modern design can take a school that's 70 years old and have it be almost as good as a 2021 finished school, believe it or not. It's all possible. It's just costs money.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, please, with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Colburn, I think you answered my question a little bit with what you were just saying. I'm wondering if in a lot of these schools, is it a matter of, or which do you think is going to be the more common thing? Upgrading what they currently have, or fully new systems, or does it run the gamut? Do you think it's going to be, could be anything, or is it mostly just updating what they have, or?
It could be anything, but even if they were to upgrade what they have, sort of like in-place component replacement, there are changes modestly that can be made that still fit within that concept. It will improve the situation, because one of the problems that we've seen, for example, is that many schools have what they call an energy management system. In practice, it doesn't hardly do anything. We've seen schools where to use it, they have to have basically two guys and a walkie-talkie. They have to play with the unit outside, and they have to talk to a guy trying to do something in a room, because it's so antiquated and unreliable as to be virtually worthless. In addition, even though there are basic systems that could be replaced, you can put in so that they're going to admit more outside air. They're designed to handle that. they have that ability. So even by not going to 2021 standards, you can still have a meaningful improvement over the current situation. And the easiest way to know that is the way we've done it. We put test equipment. I've got a bunch of devices that we've put in and remotely data logged. So we're not just walking into a room and saying, oh, the CO2 or the temperature in the room this minute is at. We're logging it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to find out what happens. And we're finding some strange things that are outside the ventilation, which is systems turn on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. and they turn off Sunday night. They start again Monday morning. That's really sort of crazy. But from the standpoint of ventilation, with controls, you can pre-flush the room early in the morning so that you get a lot of fresh air. You can track it and control it in real time. That's not possible with probably 90% of the schools now. It could be, but it's not currently in play. But you can actually measure CO2 in real time and adjust the amount of outside air so you get what you need, but no more, so you can control costs.
That was very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, please, of Mr. Colburn? Seeing none, sir, just want to thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your expertise. It was nice to have you here today, and have a great day.
Thank you. If there's any other information you want, I can be contacted. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you, sir. Folks, before I call upon our next testimony, if we could, I would like to allow, oh, one just left. Some of our representatives have had some busy mornings, and I'd just like to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. If you would be so kind to do so, please. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, coming to you from the Capitol. I represent District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm live from the Capitol on this lovely, crisp day. I'm House Representative, what is my name? Heidi Sampson from House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I think we've got them all at this point. So we're going to call upon our last proponent for LD 705, and that would be Dawn Bresnahan. And then we'll hear shortly from Mr. Bailey as well. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Rafferty and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Donald Bresnahan. I live in Saco, Maine. Started my video. Okay, so here we go. By the way, I should have you know that those distinguished members that were listening to the prior presentation, it's quite impressive that actually Dr. Bruce Colburn, who is a member of the Association of Energy Engineers Hall of Fame, and I was pleased to see him testifying before this committee today. He's someone that I've come to admire and respect over the years, and for him to be speaking on behalf, as I will be, for LD 705 is fortuitous for the state. I'm the Senior Vice President of Building Infrastructure Management Solutions based here in Saco. My firm specializes actually in the measurement, diagnosis, and treatment of sick buildings, with a significant focus on Maine's pre-K to 12 school districts. I can tell you there's no question that Maine's public school districts suffer from sick building syndrome, or SBS, as a direct result of aged facilities and really a lack of capital resources to address the systemic infrastructure issues that plague our school districts. This includes, but it is no way limited to, the aged and poorly performing ventilation systems in many Maine school districts. unlike some of the people that have spoken before me, I actually have good news. And I have good news in hoping that you'll consider a solution in the work group. And the solution exists, that's even better news, in a Maine statute that exists today and only requires a minor modifications to continue to allow the private sector. So in a lot of states where you see struggling for dollars, you'll hear something called P3, which is a public-private initiative. And there is actually an existing statute, Title 20A, Education, Part 7, School Finance, Chapter 609, School Construction Statute 15915. During a revision of Maine Statute 1595 in 2019, an unintended consequence of the revision limited the private sectors, the sector that I represent, ability to help fix Maine schools. As an example, prior to 2019, a 6-building school district could welcome up to $15 million of our investment. We were limited to $2.5 million per school building to help fix the 6 schools in that district. Unfortunately, with no blame to anyone, our redrafted version of that now limits our investment to $10 million. And in the age of $100 million high schools, $100 million high schools, new high schools, or $40 million pre-K schools funded by the state, now is the time to correct Maine Statute 15915 to support LD 705. This will allow the private sector to fund, design, engineer, and install upgraded ventilation and building control systems at Maine's existing schools. So you're considering, how am I going to continue to fund and build $100 million high schools? Well, in Maine and throughout New England, we tend to be Yankee and a little bit more frugal. Why not invest money or use other people's money, the private sector's money, to rebuild those schools? Modifying Statute 15915 to allow all infrastructure. So we're talking about ventilation, but I'm sure your constituents and everybody who's involved in education has a concern not only about ventilation, but about security, about those buildings' electrical systems, their security, their fire, sprinklers, roofs. All of those need to be professionally designed, installed, and financed by the private sector, which shifts the burden away from the underfunded Maine State Revolving and Renovation Fund and new school construction fund. They simply don't have the money, and they also do not have the expertise to fully pay for that. During the time of a pandemic, when ventilation system needs to be fixed, the economically stressed state of Maine could use the assistance of the private sector. Please consider properly redrafting Maine Statute 15915 and allow the private sector to invest larger amounts of our money in Maine schools to fix not only the ventilation systems identified under LD 705 and other desperately needed school building infrastructure issues, security, fire alarm, electrical, etc. Thanks for your time, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions, please, at this time? So I think I'll ask one for a clarification. So what you're suggesting is, hypothetically, should my school locally need a $15 million air project to take place, and somebody from the private sector walked in with a check, we wouldn't be allowed to accept that under current law?
Correct. You wouldn't, the 15915 allows that school district, if you've got 4 buildings, 6 buildings that need ventilation upgrades, and they all need, we're just talking about ventilation. I think everybody knows and reads the papers about security concerns, or walk into schools and there's no fire alarm systems or sprinklers. Currently today, I can hire engineers to come in and professionally design and say, and find the money to finance over 15 to 20 years at a tax exempt rate between 2 and 3% to repay those funds, but I'm limited to $10 million. So if you have $18 million worth of needs across those 4, 6, or 8 schools, then I can't help you currently the way that unfortunately that LD was redrafted. It was a redrafting error. And if it was properly addressed and it was expanded to include all infrastructure, all critical infrastructure, it just talks about ventilation air now, then you could fix what you have. You won't have to be building these $100 million high schools and $50 million elementary schools. You can do things in a much more economic way, and you can do things much quicker because the private sector has the access to the resources.
Thank you, sir. Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brennan. I guess maybe I'm just being obtuse, but we'll just use your company as the example because you're here. Why would you do this? I mean, there's got to be, I mean, I know there's a great answer, there's got to be. But why would private industry come in and say, here's the solution to your problems. You don't have enough money to do this, and we're going to bring in the money. Please help me there.
Sure. Well, the first thing you should know is that this statute's been in place since 1986. So in New England, we tend not to like to be on the leading or bleeding edge. And it's this legislation is in effect in all the other states to help K through 12 schools. And the reason that private sector wants to do this is we get paid back to actually construct the projects, but we also guarantee their performance. So on the front end, where many school districts don't have the resources to hire professional engineers and architectural firms, we make those investments to identify those projects. And in the end, we sign up for the 15 to 20 years. We build the projects, and then we're on the hook for 15 to 20 years that those projects actually perform. So that's why we do it. We do it because we'll make a return on our money, and if we build it well, and it actually saves money on energy and operating costs, then we'll actually make a profit, which is what our industry is in. That's what private industry is set up for. But comparatively to building a new school, it's far more economically viable.
A brief follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I taught school for a long, long time, and every once in a while something would come along, and this is small, okay, where a company would come in and say, we will update your lighting system throughout your entire district, okay, at no cost to you. You just sign over the savings because it's a much more efficient system. You sign over the savings until we're paid back, and then you're scot-free and we all win. Is that on a small scale similar to what you're talking about?
On a small scale, yes.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Sorry, I was hearing some feedback.
Thank you, sir. Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. I don't want to ruin your last name, but Bresnahan, can you tell me again, you were referencing, you said 15.915, what is that what is that again? I missed what you were saying.
It's Maine Statute Title 20A in the Education, Part 7, School Finance, Chapter 609, under the School Construction Statute 15.915. And it has been in existence since 1986, and it's been utilized by many school districts to do projects mostly in and around ventilation or as Representative McCray had suggested, lighting upgrades. And what we had proposed in 2019, given the vast amount of upgrades, and there are studies out there that suggest that Maine schools are deficient to the tune of $2 billion in infrastructure. My organization worked very closely with the legislature to try and remove the air ventilation and expand it to all infrastructure systems, and also increase the dollar amount so that we could use more of our money and have give the school districts and the local townspeople that opportunity to make a decision of going to the state and trying to get $50 million, or doing very small renovations out of the revolving renovation funds, or doing something much more comprehensive under the existing statute.
Okay, great. Thank you. That helps me.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Representative Brennan, please. Sir, I believe you might be muted.
Thank you. I'm sorry to get here late and didn't hear all the testimony on the bill. But I'm assuming, Mr. Breton, you're referring in 2019 to the bill that we had that removed the cap on energy related projects from $2 million to $10 million?
Right. So what it did was it removed the cap on a per building basis, but it put a total overall cap of $10 million. So the example that I used before when you were not here, Representative Brennan, was if we had a need of $2.5 million per building in a district with 6 buildings, we could no longer provide that in private industry, that $15 million that the district needs to upgrade all of their buildings, because there's a $10 million cap. That's number one. Number two is, unfortunately, we weren't able to expand the language to a broader term to support everything from broadband needs that schools might have in their physical infrastructure to, we've talked about ventilation in LD 705, but electrical, security, roofs, fire systems, sprinkler systems, you name it, they need it all. And we can do it at a much lower price tag in private industry than building a $100 million high school.
Okay. And Senator, just as a quick follow-up to people that were on the committee in 2019, we did have an extended discussion about this. And I know there's some disagreement about the interpretation between Mr. Bressan and myself in terms of how that legislation was drafted in the language. But your contention would be that, and your interpretation of that language would be that it limits you to $10 million, quote, per project, not $10 million per building.
Representative Brennan, sir, it's not my interpretation, it's the interpretation of those lawyers that advise the school districts, and that is primarily Drummond and Woodsum. Yeah. And the people that advise on that statute are Mr. Bill Stockmeyer, Mr. Greg Ime, and their interpretation of that is clearly $10 million cap per project that has been stated in numerous follow-up meetings such as this, as well as direct questions to those individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you both. Any additional questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, sir, we want to say thank you for your testimony and your expertise.
My pleasure.
Have a great day. Yes.
You as well. Thank you.
And our next speaker is speaking neither for nor against the LD, and that would be Stephen Bailey. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Bailey.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. It's good to be with you again this morning. It's also been very interesting to hear the prior testimony this morning. We do recognize that high and clear and productive air quality is very important for our schools. And I've been involved in both new building projects as well as some renovation projects with HVA systems, and understand some of the work that Mr. Bresnahan had been speaking of earlier. We do recognize that improved ventilation or air circulation in school is recognized as one of the ways to decrease spread of COVID-19. We don't see that as the only way, and it's not a panacea. We also recognize that we assume the virus was the genesis of this bill. We know that ventilation was talked about last session, but it's come to greater light since the pandemic hit all of our schools. We don't think that it should trigger ventilation standards for all existing schools in the state, and ultimately upgrades that will have to be paid for by local property taxpayers. There has been some relief through federal dollars that schools have been able to access, either the CRF funds, the COVID relief funds, or some of the ESSER funds that schools have been able to make upgrades in their ventilation systems, either fine tuning or to, it has not allowed for the replacement or redesign of new systems to be able to be put in place as a result of the pandemic. According to the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, ensuring proper ventilation with outside air can help reduce the concentration of airborne contaminants, including viruses, indoors. However, by itself, increasing ventilation is not enough to protect people from COVID-19. Decisions on the priorities for what to invest in school buildings are and should remain the purview of the school board based on recommendations from the superintendent, following guidelines from the state. Some schools already have invested in ventilation improvements, and as I've mentioned, they do vary. In terms of our narrower focus on testimony for this particular bill, we found that the most effective remedy against the virus, and Maine schools have had an excellent track record of safety during the pandemic, is a focus on masking and social distancing. We question whether such specificity as proposed by LD 705 belongs in Chapter 125 Basic Approval Standards. Currently, that section dealing with facilities is one paragraph long with 4 bullet points, the link to the rule, and this is included within the testimony. Obviously, something that would involve the standards would be much more lengthy and would perhaps reside in a place much different than Chapter 125. We are testifying neither for nor against LD 705, and will certainly follow the discussion and be available for the work session. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions at this time for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much again for being here today. You have a great day.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
Yes, sir. Sam, just want to confirm we didn't have any other folks add on this morning?
Correct, Senator. That's everyone.
Thank you, sir. So that said, I'm going to call the hearing on LD 705 to a close. And at this time, if we could, please, we're going to move on and to LD 655. That hearing will, oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Question.
Thank you, Senator. Before you started the next hearing, just because we had a lot of members coming in and out, is it okay if I just verify who is in Augusta for the attendance? They just like us to report that as clerks. I have Representative Sampson and Lyman, and is anybody else in Augusta?
I'm in Augusta, Sam.
Okay, thank you, Representative.
And, okay.
And do you know of anybody else, Representative Lyman? Is it just you and Representative Sampson?
This is Senator Woodson. I'm in Augusta also.
Okay, thank you, Senator. All right, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt, Senator.
No problem, Sam. Thank you very much. Folks, so I'm going to open the LD 655, which is an act to require at least a 30-minute lunch period for students. And I'm sorry, do I have another question? Representative Lyman?
Yeah, I was just letting you know that Representative Stearns is in Augusta too.
Oh, thank you, Representative.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This morning, where was I? Just got lost. Representatives, Kyle Bailey, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Bailey is here, and this is, he is the sponsor of LD 655. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Education Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present LD 650, an act to increase funding for school construction projects. Prior to representing my community in the Main House, I served on my local school committee in Gorham for 3 years. And during my service, Gorham consistently grappled with the challenge of too few state dollars available for capital school construction projects. In fact, while our state as a whole has been as a challenge of an aging population and declining workforce population, Gorham has a growing population, and school crowding has been a real issue in our town for 2 decades. Gorham last received state school construction funds in 2005 to build Great Falls Elementary. The building was designed with extra classrooms to accommodate projected growth. However, a decade later, Great Falls is crowded, and dozens of students have been reassigned to our 2 other elementary schools, where portable classrooms have been erected to accommodate the need for additional classroom space. Gorham High School is busting at the seams too. Portable classrooms have been added, and dozens of students eat lunch on the floor and hallways because the cafeteria is too small. Just a couple of examples of the size limitations of our high school. Gorham Middle School, also running out of space. A growing number of communities across our state are waiting in a long line of worthy applicants to receive state dollars for school construction needs. Since the last funding cycle for school construction projects in 2017, 2018, the Maine Department of Education has approved funding for less than 7% of these worthy applicants. Gorham School Superintendent Heather Perry, who will be testifying this morning, can speak in greater detail about the challenges and consequences of underinvestment in school construction projects, and specifically the objective of this bill, LD 650, to separate debt service payments for capital construction projects from GPA funding for schools. I asked that the committee explore this issue more thoroughly with Superintendent Perry and direct technical questions to her. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this bill and for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Representative. And I just want to confirm, folks, and for those that are just listening, this is actually LD 650. I believe I might have said had pushed us along to a later LD we'll hear shortly. My apologies, Representative. Any questions of Representative Bailey, folks? Seeing none, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I believe we'll hear from Heather Perry next.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, thank you and good morning to honorable members of the Education Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Heather Perry. I'm the superintendent of schools in Gorham, Maine, but I've had a longstanding career in many different communities across the state of Maine. And this is my 15th year as a superintendent of schools in the state of Maine. And I do want to say a special hi to Mr. Stearns, if he's still on, but he might have stepped off for a second. There you go, Mr. Stearns. Paul was, my very first superintendency was in Greenville, and Mr. Stearns was superintendent in Guilford at the time and a great mentor of mine. So I just wanted to say hi. So thank you so much. Honorable senators and representatives, I'm speaking this morning in favor of LD 650, an act to increase funding for school construction projects in Maine. School systems seeking state subsidy dollars or state subsidized construction projects periodically apply to the Department of Education for a major capital school construction project. The Department of Ed, working in collaboration with the state board, establishes both size, financial limitations on projects based upon the availability of funds, and the specific requirements outlined in State Board of Education Chapter 61 rules for major capital school construction projects. In 2010 and 11, there were 71 applications for capital construction projects that were completed and received by the Department of Ed. Of those 71 worthy projects, 16 were funded, which was approximately 23%. 6 years later, in the 2017-18 funding cycle for capital construction projects, 74 worthy applications for capital construction projects were received. As of today, 5 of those projects have been approved for funding for approximately 6.7%. That means that in a total of 11 years, just 21 school projects have been approved for capital construction funding. That's about 2 per year. There are just over 130 public high schools in Maine and about 500 or so more public pre-K to 8 school buildings in the state. In today's standards, it's not unusual, as we heard in previous testimony earlier this morning, to have a cost of a new public high school be in the realm of between $80 to $100 million or more, as is the case recently. And elementary schools are typically less expensive, but it's not unusual to see these new buildings cost upwards between $30 and $50 million for construction. One can argue the needs for consolidation or the needs to think creatively and out of the box, and all those kinds of conversations I know have happened in the past and should still continue. But I think the one thing that can remain is the fact that we are woefully underfunding our capital construction needs for schools across the state. Just last year, the legislature, in collaboration with the Department of Ed, did make a positive move, which was wonderful to see, where they increased the debt ceiling to $250 million for school capital construction projects, up from, I think it was previously just $150 million. That was definitely a positive step. However, I don't think it really did much to alter some of the constraints that exist behind the scenes with the funding for these and the mechanism for funding for these projects. Currently, debt service payments associated with these capital construction projects are funded through the general purpose aid for schools. Those funds are found within the GPA calculation. What I think of it, we talked a little bit earlier, I heard testimony earlier around thinking of it in smaller scales. When I think about that in a smaller scale, what I think of that's akin to basically asking major businesses or even school superintendents such as myself, when we're planning for our capital projects, to do so within our operating budget. And that's typically not a really good, planful way of thinking about capital construction funding, because you tend to, when you put something in an operating budget, it competes for funding in the same things as programming for students, for example. And whenever you have tight resources, which I think has been the case since my 15 years as superintendent of schools, I don't think we've had a great budget season yet. But when you put things in competition with one another between capital funding and programming for kids is going to win. It's just the way it is. And that's the way our public schools are built that way, because we care tremendously about our students. I think that the better, more fiscally sound practice is to create a separate capital improvement fund, or in some cases, capital reserve accounts, which occur quite often in school systems across the state and in public and private capital construction planning. And that makes it in a more planful manner. That's what this bill is, in essence, trying to do. This bill suggests moving funding for capital construction projects outside of GPA, creating a separate fund for capital construction projects, and when utilizing it, that would have no impact on GPA funding for schools. I will acknowledge that I don't know the ins and outs of capital funding at the state levels and the potential pluses and minuses of this move overall. And I would, of course, defer to the experts in this realm. And I would specifically say Joanne Allen is a good person to talk to, as is Scott Brown at the state level. However, to me, this bill is more of a philosophical basis, where it makes sense and follows generally acceptable capital planning protocols that would do a much better job of ensuring that more projects are able to be funded across the state. Bottom line, what we're doing right now is not sustainable to meet our growing needs. And I think that was indicated earlier in the numbers that were shared. This bill offers simply a different way to look at this important funding, and perhaps it isn't the right answer, but I think there's no question that some different answers need to be produced because what we're currently doing is not sustainable. Maine's public schools and communities we're serving count on it. And I just want to add briefly, in the previous testimony around air quality and ventilation, I heard words like antiquated systems, unreliable, outdated designs, aged facilities, lack of capital resources. And I think at one point I heard somebody say that we were $2 billion deficient in infrastructure funding at the state level. I wouldn't be surprised at that number. Generally speaking, there is definitely a connection between the ability for schools to perform their jobs and their functions in educating students successfully and the health and safety of those students that are in our buildings with the quality of the buildings themselves. And if we keep at the rate that we have been with 2 projects per year, I'm thinking that that's not going to be a good indication for the future state of our public schools in Maine. So that's my testimony. I am certainly happy to answer questions that might come from the committee. But of course, and I know certainly that there are unintended potential consequences for this potential move, but it's just trying to think a little bit outside the box and try to move this conversation forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Perry. We have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative McCray, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Perry, for your testimony. I just have a question. When I'm just looking at just the bill itself and reading, it says that the goal or the intention is to increase funding for school construction projects. But then in the actual bill itself, it talks about moving, the funds like you just talked about, separating out those funds. And I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about how changing how those funds are done, how that will increase funding for school capital projects. I know that it'll probably, basically, I'm just trying to understand, like, both from a state's perspective in funding, offering those funds, and then from a school's perspective in those funds.
Certainly. And the intention is that, just so you know, generally speaking, the intention I think would be to look at first setting these funds aside in a separate account and then looking to address additional funding streams associated with it. So this is more of a 2-step kind of conversation, the first of which, though, being separating the funds from GPA. When you, right now, if you had, for example, one of the reasons why the cap was at $150 million earlier and was raised to $250 million. But if you were to fund, for example, all $250 million worth of debts of capital projects for those annual payments and debt services, that would, in essence, take $250,000 off the top of GPA, where it would not then fund direct programming for students to the EPS funding formula. So not that that's necessarily a bad thing. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I'm just trying to say that when you do that, you're competing between capital funding and programmatic funding for schools. And so philosophically, what we're trying to suggest to do here is to separate those funds from that GPA calculation, so that the funds sit separately. And when you have ups and downs in those areas, it doesn't impact necessarily the programmatic needs of the schools, and it goes over into the capital needs. So I don't know if that helps address it. It's a big picture concept, and I'm going to tell you right now, the people to talk to on the detail-oriented parts of this are Joanne Allen and Scott Brown. But it's just philosophically making that shift of moving those funds from what is an operating program out inside into a capital planning process.
Okay, great. And maybe we can have them come, or one of them come, when we have our work session, so we can talk to them a little bit more about that. I would
strongly suggest that, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative McCray, followed by Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Perry. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you again, too.
I up until this last year, I came to Gorham quite often because my daughter and her family are in your district. And I guess I'm up north, and we are not growing. We are not busy growing to death up here.
No, you're not, no.
However, I might describe, and I have described, your fair town of Gorham as maybe a town that's kind of almost, the growing pains are significant.
Yes.
And I know this bill isn't aimed at specifically Gorham.
No, it's not.
But it's aimed at towns very much like yours. I from the outside, I see your facilities to be in pretty good shape, except Gorham has grown significantly, let's say, over the last 10 years.
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of, number one, how you have accommodated that extreme growth in your schools, population-wise and portable classroom-wise and stuff like that? Just give us a little bit, so that those of us that are not busy growing would have a better understanding why even sometimes schools that are in pretty good condition need this fund.
Thank you. Absolutely. So, and again, I want to be clear that this bill is indeed geared towards all capital projects across. So it would deal with the issues that I think are competing between the different parts of the state, where there are parts of the state in the southern part, for example, where Gorham is, that we are growing. And Gorham's not alone. Scarborough, a lot of my neighboring school systems are in fact growing at a significant rate. I would say, but it also would address, I think, some of the significant facilities needs that exist in the rural parts of the state where buildings, maybe they're not growing, but they are in desperate need of, some of these HVAC and other kinds of things that we're looking at. But in Gorham, what we've had to do in order to address our growth is, well, there's one of two things, really. It kind of boils down to two simplistic pieces. One is increased class sizes, that's a natural consequence, is trying to put more students in smaller spaces, which of course has its consequences now when we're dealing with our hybrid model of learning here in Gorham and the square footage. But we have increased class sizes. And we've also had to add portable classrooms. And we have, as a result, we've had to shift our attendance zones. We've had to point growth towards one of our schools in the elementary level, where we are then adding portable classrooms, utilizing as much as we can from the funds to assist with lease purchase programs that the state does offer as well. And I think we just added 6 portable classrooms last year. We're adding another 6 this year. And we're probably going to need to do another 6 in another year or 2, with the idea eventually that we're going to apply for a capital construction project to take care of the long-term needs, because those portable classroom infrastructure spaces are, although they're not the same that you and I probably saw when we were in school, where you put a trailer out there and kind of put it on blocks and call it a day. That's not what we've done in Gorham. We've actually connected them and made them part of the piece, but that's about a 15-year fix. And we don't think that's we think it's going to last about 10 to 15 years. With the larger picture, we need a capital construction project. At the high school level, we've added portable classrooms there. We have students, as Mr. Bailey described earlier, literally eating on the floors in our buildings because our cafeteria space is not large enough. And we can't address some of the space needs without a major capital construction project just because of the growth. And we also are at a point now where our middle school, which was built for overcapacity, that was a state funded project. It was built for overcapacity. It's actually at capacity now and due to grow. And we're going to run out of space there within the next couple of years too. So portable classrooms and increased class sizes is really the two ways that we address that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Superintendent Perry, it's very nice to see you, and thank you for the kind words. I think what I'm going to try to do is frame this in just a little bit different way, and I think it may help Representative Salisbury a little bit with the question that she posed. Okay. And I'll make sure it's a question so that Senator Rafferty doesn't come down on me with a rule violation.
It's important to do.
But is it safe to say that even though it doesn't show up on the 279, which is the financial data sheet, that each and every school puts in an amount towards state debt service? In other words, if a school has a project that receives some state money, then they get a little bit of benefit from that. But some schools don't have any debt service, and yet it's not on the sheet, but they're in essence off the top giving some GPA back to help fund those projects. Would you say that's accurate?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not sure that I am following that particular one, Dr. Stearns, Paul, but I would say that certainly the funding for capital projects across the state it comes from what is provided from the state in the form of the debt service payments. You do see those on page, it's like the second to last page of your ED 279 print off. And so if we were to look at debt service payments that are made directly from the state for state approved projects, you do see those on the 279 for those projects. What you don't see on the 279 are the number, and there's a long list of these folks, especially in the southern part of the state, that have to provide their own capital funding because they just can't get their hands on dollars for state approved construction projects. And so they're having to foot the bill entirely on the backs of the local taxpayers. And what you see often there, that is not reflected in the 279. at all, because it just isn't. What you see reflect on the 279 is the state-approved debt service payments that are made to schools for approved capital projects through the state, which is that small percentage I talked about earlier that have been approved. Otherwise, there is a significant amount of money that is being spent by our local school systems on capital improvements that is not reflected at all in the 279.
A quick follow-up, Senator.
Yes, sir.
So Superintendent Perry, in essence, those folks that you just described that are totally funding things locally,
yes,
still, although it's not shown, out of their 279, there's a certain amount that's reduced from what would be their subsidy in order to pay that 250 million.
In essence, there's only one pot of money that's available to schools. So yes, if you're having to spend it on locally funded projects, then it's not being spent in other ways. So yes, in that sense, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Representative Roach, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Ms. Perry. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
A quick question, I guess, and it was just kind of brought up, down in my area, Wells, and I think in Senator Rafferty's Kennebunk too, we basically had to foot the bill on all our new buildings. And I've always felt, and I'm not sure, it will be a question, I guess. I'll make sure I do that. I didn't do it last time, but it seems disproportional to me as we look at this around us. We've had 3 very large construction projects in our communities, Marshwood, Noble, and Sanford, who built basically college campuses while we struggled to build a 26 and without any state money. Is there anything in this bill where it becomes more proportionally to allow schools to build a building but not have a complex that is, in my opinion, a little bit overdone compared to what we were able to do with our own money?
Yeah, so this bill itself does not change those rules. There's no suggestion to change the rules for capital construction project approval processes in this bill. Those are all well laid out in current statute, and with the development of the State Board of Education, those rules are well in place. This does not do that. What this does do, or what we hope it will do over time, is that it will allow us to create a way in which we can put more dollars across the state towards capital construction projects that can then be distributed, utilizing the existing rules. So this is not changing those rules. But if you have more funds to distribute, then you get further down on that list of projects. And I think right now, I'll be honest with you, I'm sure you found yourself in this situation too, where if you're a school system that does not have a high free reduced lunch rate, if you're in a school system that does take care of your buildings, but they simply don't have enough space for what you're trying to do, when you apply for capital construction projects through the state, you're not going to get very high on that priority rating list because you're not getting some of those points that are necessary to do that. Now, I do think, though, that if you add funds totally to the amounts that can be distributed across the state, the number of projects that you can fund then increases, which then encourages more people to apply for those funds. And then you get a stronger sense of what your needs are across the state as well. So I think it's not directly addressing the concerns that you just expressed, Representative, but I do think that when you add funds eventually, when you set them aside, A, so they're not competing with the operational expenses of your schools, and B, when you do that, you're then able to probably direct more funding towards that to increase the overall pot that's able to be distributed. I think you're able to address more of your needs across the state in ways that are sustainable.
Thank you. Any other questions, please, of Superintendent Perry? Seeing none, thank you very much. I think you provided us with a lot of great information. We appreciate it very much. Thanks for your service and have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Next up is going to be Mr. Bailey, and he is neither for nor against LD 650. Welcome back.
Yes, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. Yes, my name is Stephen Bailey. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association. And today want to speak briefly on the behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association, as well as the Maine School Superintendents Association. And would like to primarily talk about what Superintendent Perry had mentioned with regard to the availability of funds. And in this particular instance, in most situations, MSSA as well as MSBA, we do not get involved in situations where it has to do with distribution of funds, and this could become a distribution of funds issue. But what we do see is the need for greater funding of the construction fund for schools. We also recognize, though, that as Superintendent Perry mentioned, that more money in this particular area could affect GPA. And if it's a zero-sum game where some is shifted over here, but others is taken away from GPA, that wouldn't necessarily be a positive situation for schools. We do recognize, as was talked about within the last bill, we have many aging schools, and we also have many districts that do not end up showing up on the approved list for school reconstruction or new construction, and that's a concern, throughout the state. We would say that, yes, greater funding of these projects should be possible, but obviously that's a state decision as to whether or not more money can be made available to be supported in this particular way. I also agree with Superintendent Perry that the way this works, whether that it's okay now within how it gets reported within the ED 279s, or whether that is separated out and shown separately, whether that has any impact at all. I've been in districts where we have had state funded projects and show the debt service as well as the principal. It's included there within the 279, and so you see the amount that's being paid for by the state. I've also been involved in districts where the district has received no funding from the state, and it's all been a totally local project. And those projects have nothing that shows up on the ED 279, and they aren't helping to fund other places. It's just that it's a local decision to build those buildings, and so it's all local debt service, and it shows nothing on the ED 279. So again, Joanne Allen would be a very good person to have here. Scott Brown would be another one. Tyler Backus too, to be able to identify how that funding can work, and whether or not it makes a difference at all, whether it's included within EPS and the ED 279, or whether there's a separate account. I do have a little bit of a concern. We have a little bit of a concern that if it is set out, by itself, and it's there, does that become a targeted fund, and therefore not be increased because a concern about what the relative size of that would need to be. But in essence, yes, I would agree that more money would be needed to be able to help support our aging schools. Be glad to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Bailey, please, at this time? I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And I believe, again, unless there's been a change, Sam, we're good in terms of the overall testimony.
All good, Senator.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, Sam. So I'm going to close the hearing on LD 650. And I am going to open that on LD 636, which is an act to encourage the purchase of local foods for public schools. And so I'll open that hearing, and I believe the first speaker up this afternoon will be, I'm sorry, it's still morning, will be Senator Vitelli, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. It's good to see you all here this morning. I think it's still morning. You've been hard at work. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, my name is Eloise Vitelli, and I represent Senate District 23, which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. And I'm here today to introduce LD 636, an act to encourage the purchase of local foods for public schools. The Local Produce Fund has actually existed for many years and was first funded by a bill of mine in the 129th legislature. The Local Produce Fund incentivizes schools to purchase produce and other minimally processed foods from local farmers and producers by matching $1 for every $3 a school administrative unit spends on qualifying local foods. It's an arrangement that benefits our local farmers, our schools, our planet, and our students. We only have one planet, who are getting healthy, nutritious food grown close to home. This bill would broaden the eligibility criteria for the local produce program to further benefit those stakeholders. Our local farmers and producers not only grow delicious produce, they can also help supply our schools with value-added dairy and protein sources as well. This includes yogurt, fish, eggs, meat, tofu, and other items that round out our children's school menus. Appropriately, this bill would change the name of the Local Produce Fund to the Local Foods Fund. One roadblock schools face in taking full advantage of this program is that it requires food to be purchased directly from farmers. However, this doesn't necessarily reflect the way our schools or our farmers do business. Schools often do much of their purchasing through food service distributors. So making these purchases eligible will go a long way towards making it easier for more schools to participate. We also heard from schools about some other changes that would encourage higher participation in the local foods program. While eligible foods must still be minimally processed, explicitly including peeled, chopped, refrigerated, or frozen products in that definition will open up possibilities for schools with limited kitchen capacity. Most importantly, raising the ceiling on the amount of reimbursement funds a school can receive from the fund from $7,500 to $10,000 will incentivize more purchase of local foods without impacting the state's budget. This pandemic has been hard on our schools and our students, many of whom have continued relying on school meals to get nutrition, even when learning from home. The pandemic has also disrupted the supply chain for many of our local farmers, who had to find creative ways to get their products to market. The Local Foods Fund brings these two groups together to find a solution that works for everyone going forward. I thank you for your time and for your consideration of this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. We do have a question from Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Vitelli, for bringing this forward. My question to you is, as you've been gathering information for this bill, have you been considering sort of the geographic disparities that might be existing? Because I don't know, in my area, this is already happening, and it's worked out between the farmers and the local schools. And I'm talking all of like Southern York County. I know the farm I work with, they are already doing this. I know others throughout the state are already doing this. So I guess my question is this a regional issue? And would this be necessary if schools are already able to work this out? So could you just speak to those issues, please?
So thank you, Representative Sampson, for that question. And I think you hit on something that really is what this bill is about, which is to expand the number of schools in parts of the state who may not be taking full advantage of this opportunity, given that there are areas where it is happening. And that's great when it is, but the whole idea here is to make sure that all schools know that they have the opportunity. And I think importantly, that's why maybe adding the distributors to the bill will help. Where you're not in as rural an area where you have farms close by to make that connection happen, including distributors might make it more likely that other school districts will take advantage of local produce that they can, or local foods that they can bring into their school menus. So that's the goal, is to make sure that more schools know that they can take advantage of getting local foods for their kids. If that answers your question.
That's helpful.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative McCray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Vitale, for that information and for sharing this bill. I just wanted to clarify that this bill also increases the amount of reimbursement that schools would receive if they do participate in this program. So do you agree that that would also be an incentive for more schools to participate because the incentive is greater as well?
Yes, obviously, I think to the extent that they have more room in their school budget to add in local foods, they're more likely to do that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Senator Vitale. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm going to preface this by saying I love this whole program. Okay. My question is, and it's going to seem like, well, he doesn't sound like he's really supporting it. I am, but it's expanding some of the foods that might be eligible to be brought into schools, and I applaud that also. But when we start moving into meats and cheeses and yogurts and things like that, do we run into any inspection issues, even if we go through a distributorship?
Well, thank you, Representative McCray, and it is good to see you again. Those are good questions. It may, and I would leave that to others who have more expertise than I do currently in how foods are evaluated for their safety and what regulations are in place. From my days on the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee, which admittedly is a while ago, I know that such regulations exist, and I would assume that they would apply in this instance so that schools would not be purchasing meats, dairy products, et cetera, that had not met safety standards. But you may have to pose that question to somebody who's more attuned to those regulations than I am currently.
That's my other committee, and I'll see what I can do to have your back.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Senator Vitale.
Good morning.
Having worked for a few local food manufacturers, they were both pretty big. They were a bread company and a milk company. So my question is more about the smaller folks, which I think this bill is designed to help and support in a big way. Often, unfortunately, just because of volume and things of that nature, their costs to the schools is much higher. It feels like, if I'm reading this correctly, there's about that $1 for every 3 that is spent. So they're getting about a $1 cushion in order to be competitive on price. Is that an accurate assessment?
That probably makes sense. Yes, they're getting an added value to their dollar so that they can indeed purchase local foods. I think it's not always the case in my experience that buying local small foods is always more expensive. Sometimes it is, but if you think about the fact that you're reducing the travel, the that's involved, that can actually reduce the cost of the final product in some instances. So, you know, I think one of the things that we also have from a previous bill is some help for local school districts to make the connections with their local farms. They may, some places, as Representative Sampson pointed out, already have these relationships and connections, but in some places they don't. And so there's also an effort here to try to help make those connections so that they can get the local produce. While not cutting out, I mean, again, this bill also adds in the distributors, so they may end up, in fact, also working with some of the larger distributors.
Yeah. May I follow, Mr. Chair? Well, one, I want to applaud the purpose of this bill. Local, smaller in particular, vendors are at a disadvantage in competing in this market, and this goes a long way for evening that playing field.
Great. Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions, please, for Senator Vitelli? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes finding those buttons takes a little. So I guess my question is, does the bringing in of the distributors, will that actually undermine the efforts of working, to Representative Crockett's point? Does that actually undermine the efforts of connecting with the local farms? I don't know. I wonder if there's a conflict there. And could you speak to that?
Well, I would certainly hope not, because that's not the intention, but thank you for raising that as an issue. I think what I've seen emerging, especially during this pandemic, is there are more systems, distribution systems based on local farms than there have been in the past, because in some ways the pandemic has forced many of our communities to operate more on a local level. And so, but to the extent that using larger distributors who buy from a number of local farms can help get local food into our schools, I think that's still a good thing.
Thank you. Can I have a follow-up, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that is interesting. However, you know, as I'm thinking of local farms, they range from size, and so by the ones that get involved with a distribution, I may be incorrect here, but I think they're larger. So are we now focusing on certain larger farms as opposed to opening it up to other farms that may be a smaller operation but could service, say, an elementary school in their area? And I don't know, this is just Representative Crockett just brought this thought to my mind when he made his comment, that I almost wonder if this is, if we're kind of cutting the nose off to spite the face thing with adding the distributors. And I don't know the answer, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think, again, what I've seen is that some of the smaller farms, at least in my area, are aggregating their produce. They're pooling their produce together so that they can have a similar impact to a larger farm. So to the extent we can encourage that, that may be part of the answer to your question or to your concern.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but this is more for Representative Sampson and the group. Having spent the last 35 years in the direct store delivery world here in Maine, I can definitely help clarify those questions in our work session.
And there may be people coming behind me who can also address that question.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the senator, please? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator. We appreciate your presence today, your testimony, and most importantly, your continued service. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
Take care. Next up, actually, all the speakers this afternoon that I'm seeing are speaking as proponents for LD 636. First will be Anna Corson. Anna will be followed by Amy Gallant and Carolyn Trinder.
Happy noontime. Here we are again talking about food right at lunchtime. I apologize. We have just horrible timing. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Anna Corson. I'm the Director of Advocacy with Full Plates, Full Potential. Today, I'm submitting testimony in support of LD 636. I want to thank Senator Vitelli and the bill's co-sponsors for your commitment to addressing childhood food insecurity here in Maine. As many of you know, Full Plates, Full Potential is a statewide nonprofit on a mission to end child hunger in Maine. We do this work by breaking down barriers to food access and increasing participation in school meals. Supporting school nutrition programs to source local foods to serve in the cafeteria is a key part of this work. However, many school nutrition programs struggle with the cost of local food, as well as the process to source locally, and often lack the staffing capacity and equipment to process that food. To address some of these challenges, the Local Produce Fund was established almost a decade ago, but was not fully funded until the 129th. So thank you for your work to help fund that in the last session. So now we have dedicated ongoing state funds to support farm to school efforts. While the Local Produce Fund can support schools to source locally, we have learned that there are still limitations to the fund. In partnership with the Maine Department of Education, Food Corps Maine, Maine School Nutrition Association, and the Maine Farm to School Network, we surveyed the field to learn more about the limitations of the fund and how it could be improved. LD 636 reflects those learnings and would make great strides in supporting Maine schools to provide more local food to students. Through the survey, Maine school nutrition programs reported that they would spend more on local products if they were able to receive more in reimbursements, since local products tend to be more expensive. And just to clarify, while we fully support any funding that's dedicated to farm to school efforts, this bill would not increase any funding. The funding is already in existence. School districts face many challenges in sourcing local food directly from farmers. These challenges are kind of a vast array. It does include geographic challenges that Representative Sampson was speaking to, but also within areas where there is already a lot of farm to school activity, just the process of the administrative process of ordering food directly from a farmer can be a challenge, and staffing capacity is also a challenge. So many of these schools reported that they would be more likely to purchase locally if they could also do so from their contracted food service distributor. We have started conversations with a couple of the food service distributors to look at how do we do that without any threat to current relationships between local farms and schools, and also looking at how we really want to grow a market for farm to school, not interrupt existing relationships. School nutrition programs also reported that expanding products that can be purchased and reimbursed through the fund beyond only produce to include value-added dairy and protein would make it more likely that they would use the fund. Many schools are already purchasing proteins and yogurt and cheese from farmers, but they can't currently be reimbursed for those purchases. And that's at a pretty big cost to their program. And then additionally, having access to processed local produce. So, being able to purchase peeled, chopped, and frozen produce would help expand school nutrition staff's capacity to serve local foods. So if these changes are made, there will of course be implementation work to do to ensure that schools take advantage of the fund. This work will include strengthening existing farm-to-school relationships, nurturing new relationships, and creating systems to support farm-to-school activity in the state. And I just want to mention that this bill is supported by many of our coalition partners, including Jobs for Maine's graduates, Educate Maine, Maine Equal Justice, Maine Children's Alliance, Maine Farm to Institution, Maine Farm to School Network, the Maine School Nutrition Association, No Kid Hungry, Food Corps Maine, Good Shepherd Food Bank, Let's Go 5210, Healthy Communities of the Capital Area, and the Piscataquis Regional Food Center. I urge the committee to support LD 636. We feel that this bill is very important for Maine students and Maine agriculture. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I can also be available for answering questions during the work session as well.
Folks, any questions for Ms. Corson at this point? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you. We appreciate you being here today. Your testimony is helpful. And we also appreciate your consideration and your considerate offer to be available for the work session. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next up will be Amy Gallant. Amy will be followed by Caroline Trender and Kimberly Cook.
Good morning, committee. Oh, I'm sorry, good afternoon, committee. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Amy Gallant. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy and Research for Good Shepherd Food Bank in Maine. This is Audrey, this is Diana. They are residents of South Portland. Good Shepherd Food Bank has a network of more than 500 partner agencies supporting our mission to eliminate hunger in Maine by improving access to nutritious food for people in need, including local foods whenever and however we can get it. We are here today to support LD 636, an act to encourage the purchase of local foods for public schools. This bill allows schools to source local foods from sources in addition to farms, increases the DOE reimbursement to encourage additional purchasing, and expands the currently allowed produce to include other local foods. In 1997, the USDA began a comprehensive effort to connect farm to schools. This initiative boosts local economies and supports smaller scale local farms. It reduces the environmental impacts of out-of-state food transportation and distribution. I know, it's very exciting, Diana. And provides the potential to connect students to local agriculture. A few years ago, I accompanied an elementary school class to a rooftop farm. The farmer was washing carrots, and one of the students asked why the carrots were dirty. The farmer replied that he had just pulled them out of the ground. The child replied, "Why do you keep your carrots in the ground? My mom keeps our carrots in the fridge." This story is cute and funny, and it was at the time, and it's also demonstrative of the disconnect between us and our food. The challenges of increasing local food in schools include cost and logistical challenges such as coordination with farms, staffing lunchrooms, and processing raw ingredients into school meals. Despite these challenges, providing schools with locally procured food remains a high priority for many districts, and this bill is a step in the right direction. I want to thank you for your consideration. Thank you for not minding the babies. This is life and pandemic, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gallant. It's great to have you here, and we thoroughly enjoy having Audrey and Diana with you. I think they make a great support staff. So
thank you. They're very helpful.
Welcome. Any questions, folks, for Ms. Gallant? Seeing none, I think we. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question. I have a hard time multitasking with my Zoom calls. And to see you bounce a couple of beautiful babies there while you're giving perfect testimony, it was quite impressive.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I will say that there are days when I need that kind of comment and support. There are definitely times when it's more challenging. So I really appreciate you speaking up in support.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. And I would like to ask this question. Are you aware of how much your work for the Good Shepherd Food Pantry is appreciated throughout the state?
You know, it's a wonderful organization to work with. It's been I started working with them December before the pandemic, so a year and 3 months ago. And so it's been a weird first year to start. Oh, Audrey's upset because I paused cars to talk with all of you. It's been a weird first year to work with the food bank. However, it's also been this beautiful moment of donors reaching out to us. I can't even tell you how many people have called us with their stimulus payments and said, you need this more than we do. Farmers who have donated produce to us that otherwise would have gone to a restaurant or a school that canceled their order because of the pandemic. So it's been such a wonderful experience in the first year, which is hopefully our hardest year that I'll experience there. So thank you for the work that you do. I know that a lot of legislators volunteer in their own communities to make sure that their neighbors and constituents have the food that they need.
No other questions at this time, Ms. Gallant. So thank you. You have a great looking family there. Have a wonderful afternoon. And thanks for all you're doing. Next up is Caroline Trender, and Caroline will be followed by Kimberly Cook and Stephanie Cesario.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Caroline Trinder. I am the School Nutrition Director for RSU 23 in Old Orchard Beach, where I also live, and I'm a registered dietitian. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the changes proposed in the Local Produce Fund legislation. As a school nutrition director, I try my best to offer fresh, local produce as often as I can. Being the director in a small district, I am the sole administrator in my department with no assistant of any sort. Due to this, I have many tasks to complete each day and wear many hats. For example, I spent the day yesterday being a cook. Unfortunately, this has prevented me from accessing the local produce fund before due to some of the requirements in the bill as it currently is written. As it currently stands, I have to purchase the produce directly from a farm. While I absolutely understand the goal behind this, I simply don't have the capacity to work with multiple farms each year to purchase the different types of produce I'd like to offer. Instead, I resort to Cisco and Native Maine to provide me with local produce as my distributors. They take the work of having to add a new vendor to our accounts payable department and all that goes with that, such as the W-9 forms, etc. Using a distributor also makes my life and the farmer's life significantly easier, as there is no need to set up new delivery times that work for everyone. We already have delivery days and times set up each week with our distributors. I worked in a school nutrition department in a very large district in Florida before assuming my current role. We purchased all of our local produce from our distributors, but were able to specify which farms we wanted the produce to come from. We actually purchased so much hydroponic bib lettuce from a local farmer through our produce distributor that farmer was able to build an additional 5,000 square foot facility just to grow our lettuce. It was incredible to see what an impact a school nutrition program could have on a local farmer. I strongly encourage you to vote in support of the changes to this bill to allow us to work with distributors. It will allow us to buy locally, maybe even more than we already are, and serve local fresh produce to our students across the state without adding multiple hurdles that have prevented many districts from accessing this fund before. In addition to allowing us to purchase from farms through distributors, I think it is also important to allow this funding to be used for local proteins and dairy products. Many schools across the state participate in Harvest of the Month. March is Maine Protein Month. Last March, before COVID, we purchased local beef in the forms of shaved beef and hamburger patties and served local cheesesteak sandwiches and local burgers. They were a huge hit and helped us support our local industries. Right now, the local produce fund only allows us to receive funding for purchasing produce. I would highly recommend that this is changed to allow us to purchase local proteins as dairy as well. There are many local cattle farmers, dairies, and fishermen who we could purchase from to receive our incentive, but imagine how much this would also help them. In addition to helping our local economy, imagine how happy parents would be knowing that so much of their child's school meal was coming from a local place. Instead of us ordering frozen burger patties from somewhere else in the US, we'd be able to offer fresh beef right here in our schools and know exactly where it came from. It's funny to sit back and think about it, but school nutrition programs are likely the biggest restaurant chain in all of Maine. We have so many schools and feed so many children most days of the year that allowing us to purchase from all farmers could truly help our neighbors down the road in ways we couldn't possibly imagine. In closing, I urge the committee to vote in support of this bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trinder. Are there any questions? None at this time. We want to thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you being here, and you have a great afternoon. Next up is going to be Kimberly Cook. Kimberly will be followed by Stephanie Cesario and Orion Breen.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the committee. It is my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, testifying in support of LD 636. So you all are familiar, since I don't have a chance to come before your committee very often for the Wild Blueberry Commission. They are the voice of Maine's wild blueberry farmers and businesses. Maine's wild blueberry farmers grow approximately 10% of all blueberries produced in our nation and nearly 100% of the wild blueberries in the United States, and they continue to be a staple of the Maine economy. In 2017, the Commission instituted a school nutrition program to educate school food purchasers all across the country about the benefits of Maine wild blueberries. This program has been a major success, doubling the volume of Maine wild blueberries purchased by school institutions during this short time to about 3 million pounds per year. Additionally, in 2020, the Commission was awarded a grant through the state's Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to increase wild blueberry farms and businesses' usage of online web-based sales platforms. One of our project partners is Forager, a buyer-facing web-based sales platform. Through this platform, we have successfully connected institutional buyers, including the Maine Department of Corrections, with local sources of Maine wild blueberries. As of January of this year, this project has increased wild blueberry farmer and business use of the platform by 80%, which has resulted in 24% increase in volume of Maine wild blueberries sold through Forager. These ongoing programs have provided us with insight into some of the barriers that institutions face in increasing purchasing of local produce, and insight into the challenges that growers face in supplying these same institutions. By allowing schools to purchase local foods from companies like Forager, rather than solely directly from farmers themselves, it enables the institution to increase their purchasing of local foods without having to coordinate and manage relationships with dozens of different small farmers just to maintain stock of a single product throughout the year. Additionally, this bill will increase state support to schools for the purchase of local foods by an order of magnitude and strengthens the incentive to schools to purchase local foods by providing the 25% match. On behalf of Maine's wild blueberry farmers and businesses, we thank Senator Vitelli and the co-sponsors for presenting the bill, and we encourage the committee to vote ought to pass. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can or make sure to get you additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say hello to Ms. Cook, who is my former city councilor and one of my favorite constituents. I was hoping that you could confirm for the group today that wild blueberries, the state of Maine is the largest producer of wild blueberries in the world.
Well, it has changed a bit. The only, we certainly are the largest producer in the United States, pretty much the only commercial producer of wild blueberries. Canada, the Canadian provinces, Quebec, and the Maritimes have increased their production. And I don't know if they have surpassed the state of Maine over the last few years or not. So I cannot confirm it, but I will confirm that we are certainly the largest producer in the country. And as I mentioned, 10% of all the blueberries in the nation are, and that's of all types of blueberries, come from right here in Maine, mainly Washington County, but also other coastal communities, Hancock, Knox, Waldo, etc.
Well, those numbers are good enough for me. So
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, please, for Ms. Cook? Seeing none again, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate you being here, and you have a great afternoon.
Thank
you. Next up is going to be Stephanie Cesario. Stephanie will be followed by Orion Breen and Stephen Bailey.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we're good.
Hey. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is Stephanie Cesario. I'm a resident of Freeport, and I am the Maine Farm to School Network Coordinator based at Healthy Communities of the Capital Area, which is in Gardner, Maine, working statewide to support the Maine local food system and public health nutrition. I'm submitting testimony in support of LD 636 on behalf of the Maine Farm to School Network. And I want to thank the bill sponsors for their commitment to addressing farmer livelihoods and childhood food security. So the Maine Farm to School Network consists of 20 statewide farm to school leaders, such as the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry, the Department of Education, Child Nutrition, Humane Cooperative Extension, school nutrition directors, and ag producer groups like MOFGA. This advisory council oversees over 1,000 network members across Maine. So these are folks that practice farm to school. Maine Farm to School Network supported the organizing of a statewide local food system event called the Maine Food Convergence, where from 2020 to 2021, we convened 300 Maine local foods stakeholders to strategize together on increasing markets for Maine farms and fishermen, among other statewide issues. So through a survey of 400 Maine food system organizers, regional dialogues of 200 stakeholders across Maine, and virtual strategic planning with 300 stakeholders, increasing the breadth and depth of state policy incentives to support farm to institution actually emerged as one of the top 4 action areas for moving the needle on expanding local markets for Maine producers and fishermen. There is a great need identified across the Maine local foods community for expanded incentives to Maine institutions. So why is this local produce fund expansion so important in particular? Right now, school nutrition directors across Maine need support in order to prioritize a variety of Maine producers. Right now, the majority of the local produce fund dollars are left unspent, and those spent are mostly used on apples, when schools could be using the funds to purchase other local products such as fish, tofu, and yogurt. The school nutrition directors that currently max out their reimbursement could be purchasing more if the category was broadened to include a range of products and the cap was lifted. So basically, a lot of school nutrition directors are using this and maxing it out, and we want to let those directors that are already passionate about local procurement expand their ability to source more than just apples and cabbage and start sourcing GAP certified, high quality meat, cheese, and protein. So we need main institutions like schools to be investing in these diverse levels of local producers as a part of building community with the rural producers surrounding their schools. And for many Maine students, as you all probably know, school breakfast and lunch programs are their only opportunity to taste the diversity of local Maine products. So the Maine Farm to School Network stands behind school nutrition programs as one of the hubs of food security, community, and economic development for Maine communities, providing equitable access to fresh local products to all students, not just produce. I really appreciate the co-chairs and committee for your time and commitment to Maine students and school nutrition programs. And I'm happy to answer questions and provide more information.
Yes, please. I see Representative McCrae's hand up, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Cesario. You may be the one that can answer this question. I asked it earlier. If we expand this, and I support that, but when this is expanded, you don't seem to have any hesitation to expand it into cheese, meats, yogurts, higher protein items that may have different kinds of inspection protocols. Is that an issue or is that a concern?
Yeah, great question. Right now, school nutrition programs in Maine are still beholden, regardless of what they're procuring, they're beholden to USDA standards for bidding on the different vendors that they're working with. And so they are beholden in general to GAP certification, good agricultural practices, and often FSMA, so food safety practices as well. And that is a point of contention. So I'm glad you're bringing it up because it does actually eliminate a lot of smaller producers can't sell to schools because they, like if we're talking really small, like I have hens in my backyard and I have no food safety certification, I can't go and sell those eggs to a school. So it would have to be certified safe food because they're beholden to federal regulation with all of their purchases.
Very, very good. Thank you. That's great to know. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Any other questions of Ms. Cesario? Seeing none, we just want to say thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here and you have a great afternoon.
Thank you all for your time.
I think next testimony will be from Orion Breen, and Orion will be followed up by Stephen Bailey.
And then we also had a last minute sign up with either Alyssa or Lisa Roman, Senator, and she's also speaking in favor.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Honorable members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Children are always learning. Some of the most valuable and impactful things we are taught don't happen in the classroom. They happen in places like the cafeteria. It may sound like a small idea to feed our children more local food and less highly processed additives that you can't pronounce and come from who knows where with who knows what effects on developing minds. But it truly is a great idea. Local food brings the community, the real world, and the natural world into our schools. When we eat local, our dollars go further because they are multiplied as they circulate in our local economy. As our farmer neighbors put food on our table, we support and sustain them so they can put food on their family's table. Where we get our food matters. Thanks to factory farms, livestock accounts for 14.5% of the world's greenhouse gases each year, roughly the same amount as the emissions from all the cars, trucks, airplanes, and ships combined in the world. What we bring to the table matters, and can add years and quality to our children's lives or take it away. Our food choices contribute to us having the most expensive healthcare system in the world. The #1 cause of death in the United States is heart disease, and the CDC says it costs us $219 billion each year in healthcare and lost productivity. These are just some of the reasons I support more local foods in our schools. The cost of not doing so is just too great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breen. Any questions, please, of Mr. Breen? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your time, and you have a great afternoon. I think next up is Mr. Bailey, and Mr. Bailey will be followed by Alyssa Roman. Thank you. All set, sir.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rafferty, good to see you again, and Representative Brennan and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. It's good to see you. I'm Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf today of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 636. We're glad to be on the positive side of this bill. We think it's a good bill. Our associations support farm to school initiatives and believe it's a wonderful way to connect our students with the state's farming heritage while providing them with fresh, locally sourced food. And like Representative Sampson and Senator Vitelli, I'm well aware of efforts where this is already happening. We do seek and I'm glad to see that the bill expands the opportunity for different types of foods to be able to be shared, including value-added dairy and protein, which is something now that can't be reimbursed, as has been mentioned before. We also support the additional reimbursement that can be gained by districts who are able to participate in this program. The growth of farm to table is and can be better supported by encouraging more schools to buy locally. The way to do that is to provide additional funds, which this bill purports to do. That would help offset the reality that locally grown can be more expensive. It also is a step in making the state more self-sustainable when it comes to the food we eat and allows our wonderful small farms to expand their markets. Maine has the land, the water, and the people who believe small farms can be viable and reduce our carbon footprint by reducing food trucked in from away. We think this is a very good bill, a win-win for all, and we urge your support. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, please, at this time for Mr. Bailey? Not seeing any, sir. Again, thank you very much for your testimony, and you have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Taking our, I believe our last testifier is going to be Alyssa Roman. Not sure if we have that right, Alyssa. I hope so. Morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me join you today, Senator Rafferty and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs. My name is Alyssa Roman. I'm a resident of Winthrop, president of the Maine School Nutrition Association, serving members of the state of Maine, and the director of nutrition and transportation for Lewiston Public Schools. I'm here supporting LD 636 on the local food fund. In my testimony, I gave you guys a lot of facts and figures to look at, but I did some research. So one of the things for me is I'm a large school. I have roughly, when we're fully enrolled, 5,500 students. I have 7 operating kitchens, and I have a budget of about $2.5 million in food costs annually. That's a lot of food I'm moving. When I'm looking to get food in, I do look for local, I look for value, and I look for the most proper spend of that money, fiscally responsible. And part of that is because a lot of my money is coming from federal and or state funding. Right now, my local tax share isn't really being hit because I have been able to be a fully supported program in the Black using these fund sources. One of the problems I run into is that a farmer will come up to me and say, I have some carrots for you. And I'll say, fantastic. How many can you give me? I have 5,500 students. I can wipe them out very quickly. They don't simply produce enough for me. So I'm definitely one of those schools that appreciates aggregate purchasing. So if I can buy carrots from multiple farmers at the same time, that's really helpful for me. Some industry that we can buy from pretty frequently, apples, that's pretty easy. You can find a good apple provider pretty easy. But some of the added value meats and stuff like that, I really have to get clever. I've come up with ideas of farmers adopting schools, because maybe a farmer could support a school individually because they can't do the whole district. Some of the more interesting things, I'm a Culinary Institute of America graduate, and part of my degree was going to California and seeing their food system. I went out into the fields, I watched farmers farm, and I watched really industrial farming. And about that time I was in that school, we also went to Berkeley, California, and we watched how they were transforming the local food landscape, local foods into restaurants, into universities, and into schools. And I saw back then how that value could be really, I'm like, why aren't we doing this out east? So as I'm watching, I'm like, wow, we have the biggest classroom in the state of Maine. We do. The cafeteria is the largest classroom. So when I'm looking at that, we have those local farmers come in. It's not simply buying their carrot or their food and cutting out 3,500 miles of transport. It's also giving the students a way to connect with their local economy and community. And when you leave the state of Maine and then come back into the state, you remember those things. And when you live outside the state, you remember those things and you say, wow, can that farmer ship to me? So I really look at this food bill. It's a win-win for the schools. It's a win-win for the farmers. It gets the farmers some business. It gets them some marketing, and it also gives the schools some really good access to really good products. I felt so bad a couple years ago. I had to tell a carrot farmer I couldn't buy their local carrot. It was like $3 more for that carrot per pound than it was for me to buy the Californian carrot. And I had a really hard time justifying that cost increase. The local food fund that exists as it is now, I can burn out my allotment in a month, half a month, a week. So for me, I'll do it. I do it every year. I submit the form. I'll do whatever it takes. But I'm finding that I need, if I was to support that program fuller, I really need to get volume. So the more schools that buy from that farmer, the farmer can then hopefully lower their price eventually because they have more volume to do that work. So it's really putting it back into the economy and getting the farmers that volume they need. The distribution part is a little new because some people are like, why would we want to give the business to a larger corporation? But even though they exist in Maine and have Maine employees and ownerships and all that, somebody could say, why is that the right idea? You're cutting it out from the smaller farmer. And what I'm also seeing is that we have some schools that are in really remote areas of Maine, and maybe they only can get PFG to come up to them. So those southern Maine farmers aren't even an option for them to buy from right now. They can't buy from them, but with their distribution in there, they would then be able to buy from those farms. So it's really kind of interesting because of how our distribution system works. We would be able to more readily get available that. I'm going to piggyback with Anna Corson. I was able to meet with one of the representatives. I worked outside the state of Maine, and we were able to, in New York State, be able to share food, raw processed material to those distributors, and they were then able to make them into minimally processed food at a very low price. We asked the question if they'd be willing to do that. And a resounding, yeah, that might be possible. So that's the other thing is that with this money, we might be able to convert that food, that carrot, that the kitchen staff doesn't have time to peel cases and cases of it, send it to distribution, minimally process it, and get it back into the economy in Maine. So it's really thinking outside of it. It all needs to be local. It needs to be justified that it comes from Maine. We want to support Maine directly. That's the purpose of this, but also enable districts to have a little bit more flexibility and money to spend on it. Simply with my district, I'm just too big. That's what I run into many, many times. And I admire my constituents and my cohorts and my groups down in southern Maine that have these local farmer connections. And when I reach out to them and I say, how much can you give me? It's a very different conversation. So I'm very much in support of this bill. And I hope if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And if you have any questions on how food distribution and that larger piece works, I'm happy to share that information as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions at this time for Ms. Roman at all? Seeing none, Ms. Roman, again, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. And it sounds like things are going well in Lewiston for your children in terms of lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, I'm looking at about, it's coming up on 12:38. I'd like to take a break, and if there are no objections, can we reconvene at 1:20? All set? All right, folks, I would remind you to mute your mic and probably shut down your video for your break time.
It's good to see that you're moving, Mike. You're live at least.
Well, I tell you, this morning, I was over in Health and Human Services. They didn't have a quorum for a half hour.
Oh.
And I had the first bill up, and so then I came back to education because I saw you didn't have a quorum over here. And then I had to go back over to Health and Human Services, and it was another 10 minutes before they got a quorum.
Oh, there, you've got your running in for the day.
I did. And Dave, yesterday, Senator Rafferty and I, and we met with MEPRI and did all the scheduling for their reports and things.
Okay, good. Good.
Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
would it be possible to have Representative Falkingham's bills be heard? I mean, he was first in line, and there were only a few people that were going to testify, and that he's been waiting and waiting and waiting with all these other bills. And he was, is that possible?
Representative, I've had some communications through our lunch, and that was going to be something that I would, yes, I'm going to honor that based on my lunchtime conversations.
Super, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Mike, back to where we were. That was just chairs and
yeah, it was just a schedule.
Okay. I'm thinking, oh God.
No, you didn't miss anything. But it was just there are 7 or 8 reports that they have to schedule with the committee and to provide to the committee, and so it's just a scheduling meeting. Yeah. But I just want to let you know that, because I know they have been trying to, capture our attention in order to get them on the schedule.
Yeah, I think we have a meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
At noontime.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, there are a lot of good reports that, and it's just schedule. It's trying to sync them up with the committee. Like the report on the regional adjustment. None of us paid any attention to it until we had the 2 bills.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it became a fairly useful report.
While I have your ear, and while I think of it, because we're meeting Tuesday morning in session, I'm going to be on the road Monday afternoon.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know if we have.
We have public hearings Monday afternoon.
Okay, well, that's not as bad as having work sessions.
We have work sessions in the morning.
That's fine.
And they're all on the CTE bills.
That's fine. I mean, if I'm out of here by 1:30, I can live with that, but I can't. If I wait till 4:30, then I'm driving into the night, and I would rather not.
Well, we got daylight savings now. It's light until.
Yeah, but I'm up north. It's still dark. The sun goes down here at 4:30.
Well, the weather has been nice.
Well, it really has, but I'm telling you, 90% of the fields that I see, if I see a big panoramic view, there's not any bare ground showing, even on the knolls. And this is our 4th day of 58 to 60 degree weather.
Yeah. Well, Sunday I was over in North Conway, and Mount Washington is still covered with snow.
Wow. Yeah. Well, up here there's nothing bare. Places where where wind took the snow off anyway, that's bare.
Yeah.
But there's no water running. And
well, I think Representative Roach is our most southern member of the committee, and then it would make you, Representative McCray, our most northern member.
Right. Yeah.
And we have bare ground pretty much everywhere, so I don't mean to make you jealous.
But I have a former colleague and a good friend that lives in Fairfield. His biggest dilemma was yesterday. He says, I've been working my tail off. And I said, doing what? He says, well, those damn snowbanks. I've been shoveling the snow so it would melt.
He sounds like he's looking for work.
Well, he's alone in a new life, and that may well be true.
I don't want to scare anyone, but my latest tracking, I track the weather all the time, and my latest tracking for Monday's storm has tailed off a little bit. But yesterday's tracking, I would have told you 16 inches of wet, heavy snow. Today, I'm gonna go 5 to 8 right now, including southern Maine. So,
Could our overseer please mute that man?
I make a motion that we change that to a 0.5, and I think we can all vote ought to pass on that.
and if you ask people in my school, I'm a typical meteorologist. I get most of it wrong. So just so you know.
But even now, the kids are hoping for a snowstorm.
Right.
Oh, not my kids. We've been remote, so they're hoping for nothing like that. They're ready to go back.
Yeah.
I hadn't looked at the forecast, and I just did, and I wish I hadn't. What a miserable looking weekend. At least it looks like okay, it'll be sunny on Saturday, so we can sell some beer outside, but there's nothing. We're outside, so on Friday when we're slinging beer, we're like, I've had the tent blow away on me, and when it's rainy, it comes in.
Yeah, Friday's not looking good. Sunday into Monday's not looking good. You might get Saturday.
Talking we're good to roll here, folks.
I just want to throw out a quick reminder that this weekend is Maple Sugar Weekend, so go visit your favorite maple sugar house. There's one in Alfred I happen to know about.
We may have a maple beer coming out too. So
I was just going to ask for a suggestion, Representative Sampson. So
what, for where you can go visit?
Yeah.
Yeah, come down to Alfred.
What's the name
I
of
thought
yours?
that's what you might have in mind.
Good afternoon, folks. Again, my name is Joe Rafferty, and I would just like to reconvene meeting of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Excuse me. We're going to continue with public hearings this afternoon, and there has been a slight change in the order due to some requests, which we are going to honor. So we have 3 bills to hear. There'll be LD 444, LD 707, and LD 655. The first one up this afternoon is going to be presented by Representative Falkingham, and that is LD 444, an act to create parity between Department of Education recommendations and the Maine Principals Association guidelines for sports. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I am here to present LD 444. An act to create parity between the Department of Education recommendations and Maine Principals Association guidelines for sports. First, I would like to give you a brief history about how this bill came about. The school district in my area is RSU 24. In the fall, when the school board was considering allowing fall sports, they ran into a problem. The problem was that the Maine Principals Association guidelines for sports were more lenient than the Department of Education recommendations for classrooms. Although the DOE only makes recommendations, these recommendations are attached to funding. Because of this conflict, the school board found it extremely difficult to allow a lower set of standards for fall sports. Therefore, they determined that because of these conflicting guidelines, they would not move forward with fall sports. This caused extreme hardship for many students, parents, families, and supporters of extracurricular athletics. Inevitably, though, I am not sure if a piece of legislation would solve this problem. It is my hope that if this rare occurrence Actually, it is my hope that this rare occurrence never happens again. I feel that the problems I've raised in this bill could probably be more accurately addressed in another separate bill I have coming before you. I recommend that the committee use this bill to write a letter to the Department of Education and the Maine Principals Association, asking them to work more closely together to align guidelines in the future. Thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. I have hands up. Representative Salisbury, please first, followed by Representative Dodge and Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Falkingham, for your testimony. I just had a question. In reading the bill, it says that during an emergency situation like the one that we're in now, so you're recommending the development of guidelines be between the Department of Education and the Maine Principals Association. Where would they get their guidance from? Like now in this situation that we're in now, the Department of Education was getting their information from like the CDC or wherever they were getting their guidelines on, depending on what the situation was. What would happen if there was a disparity there between the ideas around the guidelines?
Well, inevitably what happens is the Department of Education is the one that rolls out the guidelines as to what's acceptable. The problem that arose was that those guidelines were, I should say the guidelines for sports were more lenient than the guidelines for school and the classroom setting. And what happened is the school board really ran into a conflict there that on the same campus, certain guidelines were necessary up until 2:30. And then all of a sudden at 2:30, a magic wand was waved and the guidelines were changed for sports. So inevitably what the school board in my district did was that they opted not to have fall sports because of that conflict. And I think it's unfortunate that the Department of Education and the Maine Principals Association couldn't have aligned those guidelines more closely together so that conflict didn't arise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dodge, please, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Falkingham, for being here today and presenting this bill. I have a question, please, around co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Can you speak for a moment about how those were handled in your district? And if you might be, if you had considered perhaps an amendment to include those activities as well, like clubs and groups and arts activities. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I should have included that. I feel that those activities are just as important as sports. And in my school district and probably many others, those activities are not happening either. And they're just as important to the students that participate in those activities. So I definitely agree. And if you do end up writing a letter, I definitely think that should be included in it too.
Thank you. Excuse me. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Falkingham, thank you for bringing this to the forefront. It's something that every school district has had to face, and those of us that maybe don't have children or even grandchildren in the schools perhaps are spectators to these things, and we miss these things. And I look at sports programs and educational programs. While schools are mainly for education, but boy, sports are a major part. I'm making a speech out of this, but I do have a question. What I found, what I think, and I have evidence of this, if you take gasoline, rocket fuel, and a spark and put them in a closed container, that's a little bit like telling parents and their kids and their coaches that you can't have sports. And that's a problem. My example would be that I had a coach, friend of mine, standing beside his daughter, telling me, smart guy too, that they should close down the schools, but allow these kids to have their sports so that they can get college scholarships. That's the realm that we're in. So do you think that your bill would help alleviate that kind of frustration, especially on the athletics end of it?
That's an interesting question, and I certainly wouldn't endorse any type of requirement that went above and beyond what was determined to be safe. But if what I'm saying is, I think whatever's determined safe should be safe at before 2:30, should be safe after 2:30, and vice versa. That's and that's what I'm saying. I just feel that there should be parity there in those things. But that's an interesting question.
Yeah. If I could have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead. Anyway, I almost lost my train of thought there. I guess what I was concerned about is, like in a classroom setting, in my biology classroom when I was teaching, or even now if I were still teaching, it would be easier to do social distancing and enforce masking than it would be if I were playing soccer. Okay, so there is that, there's a lot of banging going on in a lot of these sports where they are body to body. So it isn't quite black and white, I guess. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay,
I do.
I'm done. I'll quit.
Come on. Sorry about that. Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Fockingham. Good to see you. Quick question, just to clarify things. So you're asking essentially that we would take this bill and request a letter to be sent, and that we're not really dealing with the bill, and that you're addressing this basic issue in the subsequent piece of legislation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Fockingham, for bringing this to the forefront today. I'm going to try to do this in a question. I struggle with that piece, but I'll try my hardest. But I believe your intention, though, is not necessarily to debate whether it was safe or not. The intention is to have because I think that people that weren't involved in this might not have understood the amount of misinformation, or if it wasn't misinformation, the changing of information almost on an hourly basis. And that if we had maybe gotten together, your letter here would bring that together rather than the actual debate over whether it's safe or not to play sports. Am I right in that thinking of this?
Yeah, you are exactly right. I'm not trying to make any blanket statements over what's safe or what's unsafe. I just wanted parity in the guidelines is what I was looking for, because and I'll elaborate on the question you posed and the question that Representative McCray posed is that there were just such differing guidelines on the same activities between school hours and afterwards that there was really a major conflict there. Now, so in the end, most school districts overlooked that. But my school district had a problem with it, and I felt that it was unfair that they were put in a situation where they had to deal with such conflicting guidelines, and that's why, you know, and I don't know exactly how a piece of legislation completely addresses that, but I thought it would be nice if they could, the two sides could sort of be nicely told to do a little bit better job of working together and forming guidelines that aligned at least more closely than they've done so thus far.
Thank you.
So, sir, can I confirm with you? I mean, my mindset is, are you asking us essentially to vote for an ought not to pass on this, that it's going to be dealt with in terms of the bill that's coming in behind this? And the request of you is that we formulate a letter encouraging that mutual discussion between the MPA and the Department of Ed.
That would be my recommendation to the committee, and unless the committee decides otherwise, or someone has a brilliant idea or way to move this forward, then that's up to you guys. But that would be my recommendation to the committee.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions of the representative, please, folks? Hearing none, sir, we're going to thank you. I know we're going to see you shortly. We do have a couple of other folks that have been lined up to testify, and we may or may not hear from them. We'll see what comes about in the next few minutes. But we will see you shortly. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
We have no other proponents at this time, but we do have Mr. Burnham of the MPA, and he will be speaking against, and behind him we'll have Mr. Bailey speaking neither for nor against. Good afternoon. We're all set, sir. Mr. Burnham, you have the floor, sir. How about, I hear some of my committee members always say, how about the space bar? No? You don't have any earphones plugged into it? Mr. Burnham, you went to the same school of technology that I did. Sir, how about if we do this? I'm going to allow Mr. Bailey to speak first, and then if you can solve that problem, maybe with some help there, we'll come back to you. Will that be okay? Thank you, sir. Sam, if you could.
Senator Rafferty, Mr. Bailey communicated to us that he will no longer be testifying for the bill.
He will not be.
So I think we
Okay.
just have to troubleshoot Mr. Burnham here. Mr. Burnham, did you by chance leave audio next to the microphone on your Zoom toolbar at the bottom? Earlier in the meeting, maybe? If you did, it would say something like join audio again. You can also feel free to exit out of the Zoom completely and come back in with the same link, and we'll make sure we bring you right back in if that would be easier.
I just want to say I'm a little disappointed in Senator Daughtry that she didn't solve that problem, in a heartbeat.
I was stepping back. I was waiting to see. Sam said exactly my thoughts about maybe he disconnected from the audio.
It's just as we're leaning into you, you know that.
I'll take out my magic wand if it doesn't work when he comes back in.
All right.
Although I have a feeling we might be having a random tech hacks, which sometimes happens.
Okay, it looks like he joined via phone. Let's see if this works. Are you there, Mr. Burnham? You see your phone.
Can you hear me?
Ah, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Seem to be working all morning, so I will testify. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs. My name is Michael Burnham. I'm the Executive Director of the Interscholastic Division of the Maine Principals Association. The Interscholastic Division represents 151 public and private high schools throughout Maine. We are a 501(c)(3) nonprofit membership-based organization. The Maine Principals Association, through our legislative committee, unanimously opposes LD 44. We feel that this is unnecessary legislation that for over 100 years, or actually this is our 100th anniversary, we have overseen interscholastic activities here in the state of Maine. This past summer, as we were dealing with the COVID and the work to return back to school as well as back to the co-curricular, we started with our development of guidelines that did align with the framework to return back to classroom instruction. We communicated with the Department of Education, sharing with them that we would not be able to sponsor any activities based on that framework and would be canceling the season. Shortly thereafter, we were told that that should not happen, that the Department of Education felt that being the return back to the classroom was made for all schools as part of a compulsory education, and that co-curricular activities were voluntary in nature and thus should not follow the framework that was from the Department of Education. We were told at that time that we should be following the community sport guidelines that have been developed through the Department of Economic and Community Development, and started meeting with representatives from the governor's office, DHHS, the DECD, the Department of Education, as well as members of Maine School Management and the Maine Athletic Directors Association. We work through developing those guidelines and to date have developed guidelines not only for return to play back in the fall, but the winter, as well as we move forward here into the spring. Throughout the entire process, we were told that the Department of Education does not do education, that is the responsibility of the Maine Principals Association, and we willingly took on the task of writing these guidelines. We met on a regular basis with all of those agencies that I mentioned before. I think it's important to note that throughout the process, this has not just been an athletic issue, that we have met with the Maine music educators, the Maine band directors. We work with the Maine Drama Association, the Maine Forensic Association, and we also feel that music and the performing arts are a vital part of a child's education. So we have, from the very beginning, worked with those groups and tried to get those students back into those activities that they love. I think that over the past year, we have worked collaboratively with the Department of Education, along with all of the others, and that the guidelines, whether accepted or not at the local level, were recommended through our office, but ultimately were the decision of the local board and their central office staff. So I will end my testimony there and take any questions that folks may have.
Thank you, sir. I do see a hand up. Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burnham. Just a question. Does the MPA have any input or say into what happens with the in-school intramural sports?
No, that's 100% local control.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, folks, of Mr. Burnham? Seeing none, sir, we're going to let you go. We appreciate your testimony, you being here today. Appreciate it very much, and you have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Bye now.
Any other questions from the committee members? Yes, sir. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if there's any desire by committee members to go immediately into a work session on this bill.
I think we could do that. Would you like any questions on that, folks? If we're in agreement, can I, yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you suggest that we perhaps have a corner caucus on this, or do you feel that we're okay to proceed with the vote? Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative Crockett.
Yeah, my apologies. I think I was half here and half on my iPad. What are we actually looking to vote on?
Well, I believe that Representative Falkingham has asked us, he would support a vote not to pass currently. But I'm going to listen to Senator Daughtry, and we'll have another question from Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to check, we've not officially closed the public hearing, correct?
No, we have not.
I do think at this point, before we discuss taking the vote, we do need to officially close the public hearing. And then we could consider a motion to immediately move into work session on this bill.
I appreciate that, Senator.
Anytime.
Before we do that, are there any quick questions, last minute questions of Representative Falkingham? Representative Crockett, I see a hand up, sir. Is that for? All right, so I'm going to call the hearing on LD 444 to a close. And Representative Stearns.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would move that we enter into the work session immediately.
Second.
I second it.
Oh, Representative Stearns had made the motion. I heard a mutual, I seconded. I wasn't quite sure who that was. Senator Daughtry, and I missed it, but in any case, it's been made. It's been seconded. Any questions on that? Discussion? Let's do so, please, if we could. The only difference, folks, on the audience, the work session will be a conversation among the legislatures. Certainly will be able to view, but the only discussion will be within us. And if there should be a need, we will call upon one of you for clarification. First hand up was Representative McRae, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you ready for a motion?
I am, sir.
Okay, I move that LD 444 ought not to pass, and that a letter be sent to the DOE and MPA to coordinate as best they can.
Do I have a second? Second was Representative Stearns had his hand up. So the move's been made, the motion's been made, seconded by Representative Stearns. Any further discussion? Okay, if we could, please. I see a hand. Yes, Representative, I'm sorry, Senator. Go ahead.
Either's fine. I just want to make sure, I'm nervous I missed it. My internet's being a little wacky. Did we officially vote on going into work session? I do think we need to back up.
Oh, you're gonna back up?
Session.
Am I trying to speed our day along, am I? So
sorry to slow it down, but should be pretty quick.
Okay. All those in favor of moving into a work session, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. So we're going to play instant replay. If you would be kind enough to do so, Representative McRae.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move LD 444 ought not to pass, and further instruct our analysts to send on our behalf a letter to the DOE and the MPA to see if they can coordinate the thinking on this.
And I second that.
Thank you. So, excuse me. It's been, motion's been made by Representative McRae, seconded by Representative Sampson. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor, if you would be kind enough to raise your hand if you're, this is vote ought not to pass. And hands could go down. Anyone that would vote against that request? So it was unanimous. Ought not to pass, 444. Thank you, Representative Falkingham. We appreciate you being here and your patience. And at this time, we're going to move back into our public hearing, if we could. Do I have a motion for that? Thank you, Representative Dodge. I need a second. Thank you, Representative Crockett. All those in favor of moving back into our public hearings, raise your hand. And that is unanimous, seeing no opposition. And we will then reopen our hearings, and that will be on LD 707. And that is an act to promote student health by requiring school administrative units to offer extracurricular sports as a requirement of receiving state education funds. And this afternoon, that will be led off with the bill sponsor, Representative Falkingham. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. And good afternoon again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I am here to present LD 707, an act to promote student health by requiring school administrative units to offer extracurricular sports as a requirement of receiving state education funds. This bill is in response to a situation that occurred in the fall of 2020 school year. At that point, several school districts made a difficult decision not to allow extracurricular sports. In my opinion, this is a decision that should not have been in their hands. As we have been made aware over the last year by tens of thousands of student athletes, parents, and supporters, extracurricular school sports are much more than a voluntary activity. In some cases, they are the driving force behind a child's education. They enforce not only physical, but mental health, as well as teamwork and life-building opportunities. Sports should be not just an optional choice offered at public education, but should be an essential requirement of receiving state funds. This bill does not require a cost or funding level. It simply states that if there are enough athletes willing to participate in a particular sport, the school must let them participate under the school banner. The coach can be a volunteer, and the equipment can be provided by the community or volunteers or the athletes themselves. The important factor is that they be permitted to participate in competition with other schools in their class. It is here that I would offer a friendly amendment, so long as a suitable coach can be found. If the school can't find a suitable volunteer coach, then their responsibilities have been met to satisfy the requirement. The Department of Education remains in control of recommending whether it is safe to play sports or not. Like so many other DOE recommendations, the school needs to follow them to receive funding. We lost one child already in Maine because sports were stolen from him. The death of 16-year-old Spencer Smith is a tragedy. Let's come together to make sure more senseless tragedies like this never happen again. Please give LD 707 a unanimous ought to pass report so that we can promote student health for our Maine students. Thank you. I will answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions at this time, please? Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Falkingham again. Thank you for bringing this bill forward and being with us today. I would ask a question in a similar vein. Why are you not mentioning other co-curricular and extracurricular activities in your requirement, please? Thank you.
Well, if certainly if the committee wanted to include that, I wouldn't be opposed to it, because I think, as I said earlier, those activities are just as important to the students who participate in them and their mental health. I guess the only the difference I would see is that extracurricular sports have a physical benefit to them as well as a mental health benefit. So I think that the participation, the mental health benefits, the teamwork, the life skills that they would get from other co-curricular activities are important, and I would say essential as well. The sports do have that physical component, so there's a distinction there, but there's not a reason why I didn't address, one or the other. I was just focused on the sports with my bill. But certainly, if someone wanted to amend that to my bill in the committee, I'd be all for it.
Thank you, sir. I see a hand up by Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Billy Bob. How would the tying of mandating a sport to the state funding, how would that work?
Well, it would, in my opinion, it would work the same way as other mandated funding requirements are there for schools. If a school decided that it wasn't going to teach, mathematics or English, then that wouldn't get a pass from the Department of Education. They wouldn't receive funding for it. That's a requirement. So I think that this is another requirement that needs to be offered by schools.
If I may follow up on that, has not sports offerings been historically a local issue rather than a state mandated?
Once again, I think that in the end, inevitably, the local areas do have control, but that local control is to receive state funds. It's incumbent upon meeting certain guidelines that the Department of Education has set up. So you see it in a lot of other areas, and I see this following along that same vein.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Buckingham, and obviously thank you for raising this and for speaking out about the student we did lose who was a student within my district. And I recognize, how difficult this has been for students statewide, but it's something that's been felt particularly dearly in my community. I did want to, just wanted to double check the language within the bill, and I noticed it just says a program of extracurricular sports. And I think this is sort of building off of Senator Woodson's question of, could this be something that, I'm just sort of struggling if it doesn't say what sports. And I know some schools simply don't have the capacity. For example, hockey is something that not all school districts have access to. But what if someone wanted to raise that they felt their school district shouldn't be able to get state funding unless they had certain sports? That's sort of, I'm struggling between, absolutely, we need to find a way to keep access to these programs for our students. And I will throw a plug out for our local theater program, which I think is pretty physical as well. And thank you for saying you'd be amenable to something including, other extracurriculars, but just sort of, I'm nervous about picking winners and losers versus sports. I'm wondering if instead there's just a way to recognize that we need to do all we can to make sure our students have access to whatever activity keeps them sane during, rough times.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's important to not require a funding requirement in that. But basically, the important thing is the important concept behind my bill is that if there are enough students that want to participate in a particular sport, then they need to be able to have the avenue to participate under that school banner and participate in the interscholastic school participation under the Maine Principals Association under umbrella, basically. The school does not have to buy the equipment. The school doesn't have to buy the facility. The school doesn't have to do any of that. But what the school has to do is that if the students and the community, volunteers can pick up the slack there, and there are students that want to do that, that the school has to offer them the opportunity to participate under that school's banner. So, it takes a few players to put together a hockey team. So a school is not going to have to, if there's one or two or three people, that's not going to be enough to trigger the school to allow that. But if there's enough kids there and they all have their own equipment and they have done fundraising, to purchase uniforms, rent ice time, and that sort of thing, then the school has to say, yes, these students are our, this is our team, we're offering this team, and allow them the opportunity to do that.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a quick follow-up?
Please, yes.
Thank you, Representative Fockingham. Now that I'm thinking about it for sort of where you're sort of saying you'd rather shift the bill and sort of follow it, it's kind of an interesting conversation, I guess. Maybe this is a question for you, but also maybe a question for folks who might be testifying behind you, or for Mr. Senate for the work session, of what the current regulations are for a student who does want to participate in a sport that might not be part of a regular offering. And I hope this isn't too much of a rabbit hole. I'm just thinking of, and I know I've had this conversation with many members of the NPA, still have a bit of a chip on my shoulder from when I was in high school. A group of my friends tried to organize a cross-country ski team and had a little bit of difficulty, one, getting permission from our school to be able to practice on the fields and other aspects. So I think this is my every 2 years request to sort of look into this a little bit more and what barriers there are for our student athletes to be able to access. Because if, like you said, if there's a student with a passion, whatever that passion is, we need to make sure whether it's, it's academic or, extracurricular sports, that we're making that path possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's, significant reasons why this avenue needs to be opened up to student athletes, because it's the one place where when you're in the school age that you actually get to participate in organized sports under, that umbrella where there are other teams that are organized. You're all following the same sort of academic standards and that sort of thing. It's not like the AAU teams or travel teams or summer teams, this sort of thing. It's under that school umbrella. And I think it's an important part of education, as I said in my testimony. For some kids, it's the driving force in their education. There are kids that would literally drop out or get barely passing grades that might end up succeeding and doing very well in school that they otherwise wouldn't have if it wasn't for sports, and might go on to totally change the course of their life. So it's important that schools offer that. That's why, I am not, this isn't as I said, a funding requirement or anything like that. This is simply to allow them to participate. And also, as I said, this isn't a decision that should be made by school boards, putting them in a difficult decision like that. Basically, there are other Department of Education standards that have to be met as requirements of meeting the standards. And I feel that offering extracurricular sports, also, as I've said, that's not what my bill started out as, but the other co-curricular activities, I'm all for that as well, theater and whatever. I was in outing club in high school. I don't know if that would have been considered athletic or not. We did all kinds of stuff, but different sort of things that build those life skills, camaraderie, social, mental health, all kinds of things. These should be required requirements of our education system.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I look forward to discussing some amendments at the work session. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fockingham, currently the local board of directors or school committee would have the responsibility for determining what athletics are going to be offered, what sports or co-curricular activities, extracurricular activities are going to be offered. So what you're saying is if they made that decision for whatever reason, it might be a pandemic, or it might be not enough money this year, or it might be we don't believe in the value of sports, whatever the reason, that they would then lose their entire state subsidy?
Well, that I guess that would be a decision for the committee. I'm not really sure what would a school lose for funding if they didn't offer English. What's the standard there?
Rather than get into it now, we'll talk about that during the work session. I think they would be highly encouraged to offer English.
That would be my opinion too.
Thank you. Representative Roach, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again, Representative Buckingham. A quick question on right away. This as a coach, it raises a red flag in one way of the coaching piece and being under the MPA flag or whatever and school flag. Would your coaches have to go through the same certification process that a high school coach has to? We have to go through quite a bit of different hoops, so to speak, to be a coach, not necessarily sports specific. We're talking concussion protocol, heat and stuff, like many protocols before you can become a coach, and not just in some areas where like I don't have a good example, but they could just we look for a dad or something to be your coach, as we know in the lower levels. In your bill, does that address that? Like the coach would have to be a highly qualified, I would feel, if this even were to go through.
Good question, Representative Roach, and I'm glad you asked it. I don't know if you caught the piece in there, but it's not in my initial bill, but in my testimony, it was the part where I said that friendly amendment that says so long as a suitable coach can be found. And I definitely agree with you that any coach would have to meet the same requirements that you were just discussing. Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you 100% on that.
All set there. Thank you. Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to confess, I'm confused exactly what this bill would do. And maybe if for work session, Sam, could we get some examples of pre-pandemic cases where this would have been a question? That'd be great. Thank you.
I'll see what I can find, Representative.
Can I answer that as well?
Are you aware at this time, sir? Sure.
Senator Daughtry just gave one example where they weren't allowed to participate in a cross-country team when they had enough people that wanted to participate. So there's one example.
Okay. Representative Crockett, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I'd love to see if there's more.
Thank you. Representative, I'm sorry. Yeah, all set?
All set.
Yeah. Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Coach Rafferty. I was just going to throw in, I'll phrase it into a question, but just, in my own personal example, we did have a certified coach, as, Representative Roach was discussing, who was willing to sponsor us, so that we did have someone making sure that if we were going to do this, that if we fell over and did something misguided on our skis, that we would, have that coverage. So I do want to echo what Representative Roach said. And I guess I'll phrase it into a question, say, wouldn't you agree that it's good for our students to have quality athletic mentors in our schools?
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. And I definitely think this should be an opportunity that's offered to students that are willing to participate in activities, just because the school, only offers X, Y, and Z shouldn't prohibit a student who wants to participate in, A, B, and C. If there are students willing to participate in it and they have can find a suitable coach, then that opportunity should be there.
Thank you. Representative Fockingham, just for me, I have a question that you may or may not know the answer to. Is there as far as you know, is there a high school in Maine that doesn't offer any interscholastic sports?
That's a good question. I don't know if there are or not. I'm not really sure where magnet schools fall into it, if they have sports or not. But I don't know the answer to that question, but I will say that as of right now, there isn't anything that prohibits schools from not offering sports, and that's concerning.
And could I get I'll give myself a follow-up. This, I'm not an expert on the funding formula. I'm going to be one at the end of next week from what I've been told. But in any case, so I know what you're suggesting is that they may lose their funding, and perhaps in that conversation, it might be an abbreviation, a portion of it. But bottom line is, I guess my question is, if a school is offering, I don't know in my area what schools aren't offering just about everything the MPA sponsors currently. We're fortunate. But so if a kid comes along, hypothetically, and there's a new game that comes up, and there's a group that wants to do it, can a school potentially lose funding if they're already doing X amount of sports, but we're not just meeting this one? And that piece of it might have to be a work sessions thing. I'm not real sure what your thoughts are on that.
In my opinion, if there are enough students that want to participate in a certain sport, they should be given the opportunity to participate under that school banner. The school doesn't have to provide any funding, but if the students, the community, the parent groups can come up with the funding to put them on the field or put them on the gym or wherever they need to be, and the funding can be raised either privately or publicly, then they should be given that opportunity. And I might add one example I have is that my high school, Sumner, doesn't offer a swim team, but a friend of mine in the past was a very good swimmer, and he swam, and he was able to go and participate in swim meets. And his name's Trevor Renwick, and he was ended up being a state champion. So that's an opportunity that should not be denied. In that case, he wasn't denied. He was allowed to go participate. He's got a banner hanging up in the auditorium that's got just his name on it, state champion, Trevor Renwick. And that's an opportunity that shouldn't be denied to anybody. So I hope that when you guys work on this, you'll find out a way to pass this bill.
Thank you. And Senator Daughtry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I feel like a quick aside, I wonder if we should get to call Representative Roach and Senator Rafferty coach every time we have to deal with a bill with sports. Just a thought that popped into my head, but not my actual question. I think this is potentially Representative Fockingham, a question for folks either from the MPA or to get for the work session. If we can get the mailman's coming down the road, so I might have to go on mute for a second. Just a description of official MPA entered sports versus, club sports, because that is something, that is available to our schools, and intramural and that type of activity. So I just want to make sure as this conversation is moving down the road that we do recognize that there are other ways that are not official MPA competitions. And as I think Senator Rafferty was saying, when new sports come along, I know folks have talked about the esports teams that have been adapted to and taken up by schools, but just want to flag that we all keep in mind that there are other ways for our students to also include sports. And certain 16-year-old Maddie probably should have pushed for a ski club. just took 20 years of remembering that, or not quite 20. But that would be my request for the work session, is just anything from anyone who works in the field who can sort of shed light on that.
I agree.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks, at this time? Sir, again, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate that very much. And most importantly, I know you had a long day waiting. Our apologies on that end, but you have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
We do have a couple of folks that are here to testify relative to the bill. And I believe the first one up, I got my name cut off over here somehow. Is it Couturier? And I'm sorry, I'm only seeing part of it. The MPA. I don't know what I did with my printer here.
That was pretty close.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. And before I start my testimony, I just want to state a couple of things. First of all, I want to be upfront and say we are absolutely 100% in full support of student health, physical, mental, social, emotional. We always have been, we are, and we will continue to be so. Please note that my testimony in particular is in response to the title and to the language that is in the bill in regards to extracurricular sports and activities. It is not about interscholastic sports. Please know that this is 100% in response to the bill. The MPA Legislative Committee unanimously opposes LD 707. Extracurricular sports and activities are extra, outside of school hours, sports and activities. Local communities and schools can determine if and what they offer for extracurricular activities. State funding is based on what happens during the school day, during the school day, not after, and therefore funding cannot be withheld from schools because they do not or cannot offer these after-hour activities. A couple things off of my written testimony. Number one, I do want to specify that the bill does not articulate any particular grade. Interscholastic activities are high school related sports and activities. Extracurricular can be offered from grades kindergarten up through 12th grade. So I want to be very clear on that. They're two different. The other piece that I want to mention is that local control, as far as academic standards are concerned, the school districts at the local level have full control over academic standards. So therefore, they should have local control over what extracurricular activities are or are not offered for their communities. Mandating schools to offer extracurricular activities in order to obtain state education funding may put some schools who do not have the money, the students, or potentially the interest in a negative financial situation. And for these reasons, the MPA urges the committee to vote, we urge you to vote not to pass on LD 707. And I do know that there have been, I've been listening, a lot of questions and concerns in regards to interscholastic sports. So I know that I'm pretty sure that Mike Burnham, who is the executive director for the interscholastic division, it should be in the waiting room, and I know that he can answer those questions, but I'd be more than happy to answer anything that you may have, or we can pass it over to Mike, or we might be able to bring it back to work session. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Sam, can you see that Mike is there or not?
He is, Senator. Would you like me to bring him in or wait until the work session?
I think he might help us clarify a couple of questions here.
Sure thing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So since I last left, we've been working on technology in my office. It seems that I burned out my camera. So thank you. I did not have formal testimony. I think Holly did a very nice job with her testimony and certainly support that. But there are a couple of things that I'd like to address that I've heard, and I missed the very beginning of the conversation. Understand as an MPA member that any school can access any program that we offer. Now, we range in size of schools from schools with 20 some odd students all the way up to 1,500 students. So obviously what they're going to access and what they're going to sponsor is 100% a local decision based on the number of kids and the interest that they have. I would caution this committee to get involved in local policy decisions, because I do know that there are a number of districts that have a policy already in place that if there is interest in adding a program, that there is a requirement that they may participate at the club level for X number of years, say 2 years, 3 years, whatever that may be, prior to being given the status. The good representative that presented the bill talked about the funding, and that it would not become an expectation of the funding. And I'm going to tell just a very quick story at the school that I was at prior to coming here, that we had interest in a wrestling team, and we certainly had the number of athletes, and they came forward and made a proposal to become a varsity wrestling team, which we supported, but it was going to be fully funded by the parents and by the team themselves. And as long as those kids that were involved in that program participated, that worked out fine. But within 4 years, as a new group of parents and athletes came through, the question started to come through, why would we have to raise the money for our program where these other programs aren't required to raise money for theirs? So, I would just, when you get into the funding conversation and that, the local choice on whether or not to participate, that there are some things that come with that. A couple of other things. There was mention of joining with other groups. We have opportunities where schools can come together in our team sports, soccer, basketball, baseball, softball, lacrosse, where 2 teams, or if you are an ice hockey person, up to 6 schools have joined together to form a cooperative team to give those kids the opportunity to participate. The funding for that is 100% decided between the schools and locally. In our individual sports, which would be cross-country, wrestling, swimming, indoor and outdoor track, there is also an opportunity, and that's what the Representative Fockingham was mentioning with the swimmer, where those kids can join with another school, basically use their coach as the school coach, but still represent their own school in that competition. And those are called individual cooperative agreements, where those kids do have that opportunity to compete. So I would say that, as we move forward and start talking about attaching funding with these opportunities, I know that schools across the state wrestle with, these kinds of activities and what to sponsor and what can they afford. But I have yet to come across a district that does not look for opportunities for kids. So that's my testimony without having a written testimony, and I would answer any questions from the interscholastic side. And again, I would assume the question was asked during the last session around intramurals. We play no role in intramurals, and I will say play no role in co-curricular activities below the high school level, although many middle schools across the state do follow the same guidelines that we have in place at the high school level.
Thank you very much, sir. Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There's a quick question, and I feel like I should know the answer to this. Are there any schools that are not part of the MPA when it comes to sports?
There are some private schools that participate exclusively in a private school league.
Okay, but all public schools are members.
All public schools are members, and the vast majority of the private schools. I will say that there are some private schools that do not participate in some of our activities. I look at Kent's Hill, North Yarmouth Academy. They play a prep school hockey program, so they are not part of the MPA hockey.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burnham. I'm not sure this is a question for you. This is perhaps for the work session. Could we have information around the fees that are charged schools that participate in MPA athletics and how that is then perhaps split out if you offer multiple sports, please?
That's a pretty easy question to answer. That to participate in any particular sport, there is no fee. Schools pay membership dues of $2 per student. So in those small schools of 20 to 25, they would pay $50 membership fees. And in a school of 1,500, their membership dues would be $3,000. And the reason being they access a lot more programs than those small schools of certainly less than 50 students. But for the activities themselves, they're all open, regardless of what you pay for dues.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Well, thank you both for being here. We appreciate that. And that was a great job off the cuff there, Mr. Burnham.
If I could add just one more thing, because there's something that people don't necessarily know, that drama falls under the MPA interscholastic activities as well. So we have the students who actually, the student athletes who participate in the sports, but we also have the students who participate in drama too. I know that had been mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much. Okay. And have a great afternoon. Thanks for your testimony, and
You as well.
see you at our session. We have next up is going to be Stephen Bailey. Stephen will be speaking against the LD. Welcome back.
Good afternoon again.
Afternoon.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am again Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to LD 707. And as Dr. Couturier mentioned earlier, this also was prepared in advance, looking at the title and what little text we had. Know too that superintendents and school boards for sure are in support of student participation in extracurricular sports throughout the entire state. However, we feel there are and never should be a mandate on schools that outlines their sports programs. They're not part of essential programs and services, and therefore they're not part of the ED 279 that's figured for schools and for school districts. They are the purview of local school districts, and we feel they should remain that way. Districts support what they can support, and they often are guided by, obviously, the interests that are there within the communities. Our district students and their families support extracurricular sports in their communities. Participation is and should remain a local decision. As was talked about earlier, we assume this bill is a result of decisions made around playing during the COVID outbreak, although there have been some references to instances where this was an issue in communities prior to that time. The decisions and participation in extracurricular sports are and should remain in the hands of the community and its local school board, and need to be made in the best interest of students wherever these decisions are made. And with that, I would entertain any questions as well.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? I'm looking for hands for Mr. Bailey. Anyone? Hey, sir, seeing none. Thanks again for being here today. You have a great afternoon.
You too.
Sam, have we missed anyone by chance?
I think that's everyone, Senator.
Thank you very much, sir. Then I am going to call the hearing on LD 707 to a close. Thank you all very much. And as we approach our last bill for this afternoon is LD 655. It is an act to require at least a 30-minute lunch period for students. I will call that hearing. Please announce that it is now open. We have first up this afternoon will be Representative Dodge speaking as a sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is now good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed colleagues of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Representative Jan Dodge of House District 97, which includes Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am here to present LD 655, an act to require at least a 30-minute lunch period for students. Federal regulations encourage schools, and I quote, to provide sufficient lunch periods that are long enough to give all students adequate time to be served and eat their lunches, end quote. CDC research suggests, and the School Nutrition Association agrees, that 20 minutes of seat time improves student nutrition and reduces waste. There will always be middle school students who skip or rush through eating to maximize time outside to burn off energy, and high school kids who just want to get to the gym to shoot baskets or hang with friends. This bill would provide time for the student at the end of the serving line who barely has time to eat, or the hungry kid who might get leftovers as seconds after everyone else is served. Excuse me. The bill includes an opt-out by a school board vote. Acknowledging that various age groups view lunchtime differently and have different needs is important. With COVID restrictions reduced, there are definite reasons to celebrate and encourage post-lunch physical activity, as well as a few minutes to foster social emotional connections. The strongest evidence for a 30-minute lunch period may be found in the common K-3 lunch experience. Until you have managed a class of 20 kids through lineup, restroom break and wash up, cafeteria travel time, serving line he poked me scuffles, a spilled lunch tray or 3, another lineup, back to the classroom travel time, coat zipping, snow boot assistance, and mitten retrieval, all in under 30 minutes. I assure you, you have not lived a complete life experience. Good times. Please pass LD 655 to promote good nutrition, reduce food waste, and allow physical activity and social emotional time that aids in our students' overall improved well-being. Thank you. I will try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We have some questions. I'm going to start with Senator Daughtry. Next will be Senator Woodson, Representative McCray and Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Dodge, for bringing this before us. And I will also try to form this into a question, but I feel like this is the afternoon of high school memories, as this was something that our high school really took up because there was a long running joke amongst several high school students as well as teachers who referred to our 15-minute lunch block as the worst best diet plan known to man. Wouldn't you agree that that is definitely what 15 minutes for a lunch period turns into?
I absolutely would agree, Senator. And that's part of the reason for this bill. It gets at, as I said, nutrition and food waste and just student health, because as people who will follow me will attest to, there are often high school students who will say, I don't have time to go to the bathroom, make a phone call or 6 and eat, and they won't eat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. Would this 30 minutes be a set time? In other words, if lunch hour was 11:30 to 12, that is the 30 minutes, or would it be based on the last kid in line? How is this going to work?
I believe, as I understand it, it would be 30 minutes set aside from the time the lunch bell rings, for example. You have 30 minutes until the bell rings again to reconvene for class. At whatever time in the day that works. Again, remember, bus schedules drive our whole day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative McCray, followed by Representative Sampson and Representative Roach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sometimes timing is just awesome. I want to thank Senator Woodson for setting my question up. He said, suppose that your lunch hour was only a half hour long. And that was kind of how I was going to try to work something in here. Thank you for bringing this forward, Representative Dodge. I think it's much needed. There are a million reasons why schools have had to scrunch lunch. And I guess I would ask you, what are kind of since you worked on this bill directly, specifically, what are the worst abuses that you've run across as examples? Not by school, don't name the school, but just as far as time is concerned.
There are schools, and there are people who will testify after me who will give you more specifics. But there are schools, as Senator Daughtry mentioned, who have allotted only 15 minutes from the time one bell rings until the next bell rings, where you are expected to accomplish some of the tasks that I outlined in my attempt to be somewhat humorous, although I am totally serious, that particularly in a K-3 situation, as I described, it is absolutely impossible. And any school that, even in a half-hour time frame, who attempts to accomplish the things I outlined in that quick list, I'm guessing that there are things that go after the bell. So there are schools that maybe have 25 minutes, but again, that 25 minutes, the clock starts when the bell rings, and it involves activities that differ a bit from different age groups. But nonetheless, as I described, if a high school kid wants to make 3 phone calls, go to the bathroom, meet up with their boyfriend for 2 minutes, get to the cafeteria, make sure they can sit together, it's just, we need to allot a little bit of time. And I'm particularly driven by the fact that within the pandemic, if there are kids who are only seeing each other twice a week, it allows for that time, for that social, emotional connection. Whether you eat or not, if you're shooting baskets with your friend, you've grabbed a sandwich and you've only taken, say, 7 minutes to eat. Those minutes that you spend in the gym with your friends are part of a way for us to address this mental health and social emotional situation that has been created and had specific light shown on, but this has existed always. And we have talked, even as legislators, about missing that time to create friendships, to create connections, to find allies. And so this is part of the reason why I'm pretty passionate about this bill. Thank you. I hope that answered your question.
Sure did. Thank you, Representative.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We have Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Roach, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Dodge. So as you understand it, does this bill actually have a specific age that you're thinking of, or the folks that you're working with are thinking of? Because older kids are far more efficient than little kids. I mean, I see the little people, it's sort of like a feeding frenzy. And I certainly have lived that experience with feeding about, 75 to 100 kids all at once. So I understand the complexities of this, but are we looking at an age group? And is this a mandate?
This is not a mandate as I understand it, because there is an opt-out by school board vote at the local level that can say, we are sorry, we can't meet this, and here are our reasons, but we will try to meet X level. And as I described in my testimony, I also don't think that this is age specific. I think this is age general, in that there are different needs at different age levels for this allotment of time. And I think there are reasons to justify this at each of those age levels. My humorous description was for K3, which you say you understand, but for the social emotional and the, again, the mental health aspect, as well as the time to consume your food without having to slam it down. I believe this should be K-12. Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please, yes.
Thank you. So, okay, so my question is just the obvious based on what you've just said. What is the need for this bill if the local school boards are going to be the ones determining how to do this? Do they not know that these are the issues? And I'm sure there are all these other extenuating circumstances incorporated into their scheduling that they have at school. And so I guess I'm wondering what the need for this is, if it's not a mandate, and it goes back and it's deferred back to the school boards to begin with. Why can't it just start there?
Thank you for that question. I believe it absolutely can start with local school boards, but just as with so many of the things that we bring to shine a light, to have more discussion, to enrich understanding, I hope that by bringing this forward, that all of that can be accomplished.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Roach, please, followed by Senator Dodge.
And maybe this can be done in the, part of this can be done in the work session, but could we have info on the average time spent in the lunchroom by schools in Maine? If, for whatever you got, I know you probably don't have every school in Maine, but I'd like to see at least an average of that at the work session if we could. Or two, as in this bill, have we done a study, being the lunchroom, they call me the captain of the lunchroom at my school because I have to have lunch duty. I've had that now for almost 20 years. Have you done in this bill, have we looked at what happens when you do extend the lunch? Is there discipline issues? Is there things that are going to happen? I'm not a negative guy when it comes to kids. I really am not. But the longer we sit in a spot, there is more chances for trouble. Two, and I hope you have a study on that and an answer on that. And two is, you brought up the pandemic and the lack of social time. This bill will not solve that, because the only bill that will solve it is removing social distancing and things like this, because kids have to sit straight forward, 6 feet apart with their masks off, and there's no time for socialization because you have to do these things. So have we looked at this as a whole, like what this all means?
I totally understand your question about creating the possibility for disciplinary issues as people stay in one place for an extended period of time. But I also believe that there can be those disciplinary issues in 20 minutes or those disciplinary issues in 22 minutes. So I'm not sure that changing that will have a direct offset or one action, for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction, if that helps answer your question. And I disagree with you about the social emotional time. I think that even being 6 feet apart, but have a chance to talk about something other than your quadratic formula is valuable time.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say the prior comments got me thinking a little bit. And for those who have served on the Education Committee with me before, know that I'm particularly passionate about a different element of school timing. And Representative Roach's comment about, where's the data, where's the study, I think just sort of highlights the fact that, we aren't always aware of what's happening in all of our different schools as far as timing. And I think to sort of answer Representative Sampson's question, I think so many of these issues we need to at least discuss on the state level, even when they are a local decision, to get that ball rolling. And oftentimes it can be nerve-wracking to be the first district to make one of these moves. And it's one of those things that, we are partially driven by bus schedules, but often when you're looking at things like, extracurricular sports and competition times, as well as, things like our CTE centers and being able to commute there, that's why I think oftentimes it's best for us to have these conversations at the state level. And then shifting into sort of my question, I think, this reminds me so often when we look at our school schedule, and I think one silver lining of the pandemic is that sort of ripped the Band-Aid off on the fact that our school schedule is really based maybe, 20th century, maybe 19th century agrarian schedule that is outdated and doesn't work for our students. So I'm just wondering, perhaps as part of this conversation, that if you would consider, if we're moving in one way or another, or even if we're just looking for information, if you would consider examining all of our timing in a school day, whether that is starting later in the morning or having enough time for lunch, and perhaps, the guardrails that we've set for our timing for our day for our students aren't necessarily what we need to accomplish to make sure we're meeting their academic needs. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that, and I'll get off my soapbox.
Thank you for that question, Senator Daughtry. I believe that my intent was to help, again, bring this forward for discussion, but more in a narrow focus about nutrition and the social emotional. But I certainly agree with you and realize that we do have timing issues about students and their different biological clocks. And when they function better and when they do not. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Dodge at this time? Thank you very much, Representative. We appreciate it, and we'll see you back in committee shortly. Next up, behind the representative is Anna Corson. Anna will be speaking for the LD 636, and I'm sorry, 655. And we have, then we'll get into those that are against, apparently. In any case.
Senator, I think we've got Alyssa again for this one.
I'm sorry?
Alyssa Roman. I think she's also testifying for this one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah,
no problem.
Thanks.
Hello again. Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Anna Corson. I'm the Director of Advocacy with Full Plates, Full Potential. And today I am testifying in support of LD 655. I want to thank Representative Dodge and the bill co-sponsors for their commitment to addressing childhood food insecurity in our state. Part of the work that we do at Full Plates is to ensure that students have access to food and that they are participating in school meal programs. Part of that involves making sure they have enough time to eat. Maine Department of Education currently advises school districts to allocate at least 20 minutes of a student's day for lunch. In a recent survey, the Department of Education learned there were about 100 schools that responded or districts that responded out of 217, I believe, that the lunch period ranges anywhere from 15 minutes to 50 minutes. So we've got a pretty broad range, but most of the schools fell in the 15 to 25 minute range. So this time includes the time it takes to walk to the cafeteria, wait in line, sit down, and eat. And research shows that a student at the end of the cafeteria line has 2 to 3 minutes to eat if they are in a 15 or 20 minute lunch period. And this creates a stressful and rushed dining experience and results in a child that will have trouble participating in class. Deanna Degano, a senior at Portland High School, shared with me that lunch is important because it gives me energy to stay awake and concentrate for the rest of my classes, but it makes me tired when I eat so fast because I don't have enough time to stand online and eat comfortably. Additionally, Maine cafeterias have an increased focus on providing healthy choices to students, but healthier choices like raw vegetables take longer to eat. Short lunch periods often result in increased food waste as less food ends up in students' bellies and more is thrown away. According to the USDA, extending school lunch periods from 20 to 30 minutes can reduce cafeteria food waste by 1/3. We understand that school days are already packed and that the combination of tight schedules and strict learning standards can make extending a lunch period seem impossible. However, some Maine schools have already figured out how to fit a 30-minute lunch period into their day, and we should make this best practice a reality for all students across our state by putting it into statute. Additionally, COVID-19 has turned everything on its head, and now is the time to make big changes that will ensure Maine students have what they need to succeed. This bill is supported by many of our partners, including Jobs for Maine's Graduates, Educate Maine, Maine Equal Justice, Maine Children's Alliance, Maine Farm to Institution, Maine Farm to School Network, Maine School Nutrition Association, No Kid Hungry, Food Corps Maine, Good Shepherd Food Bank, and Piscataquis Regional Food Center. Thank you all for your time and commitment to Maine's children. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And also I can be available during the work session. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Ms. Corson at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony today. And you have a great afternoon. And perhaps we will see you at that work session.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up will be Alyssa Roman, please. And then Alyssa will be followed by Dr. Let's see, is that right? Right. Dr. Couturier will be behind her.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and everyone else here, esteemed members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. So again, my name is Alyssa Roman. I'm here in support of LD 655, and I am a resident of Winthrop, president of the Maine School Nutrition Association, and a school nutrition director and the transportation director for Lewiston. So we're talking about busing, we're talking about feeding, two of my areas of my expertise. I have submitted some testimony to you, kind of outlining some of the things I've seen over the years. We definitely can agree that watching students try and consume meals in 20 minutes has some consequences. I noted what time we left our earlier session today at roughly 12:46 p.m. and 1:20 p.m. we came back, roughly 34 minutes you had as a break today. And I actually wonder how many of you are actually hungry, feeling rested, mentally prepared for all of the things that you're about to do. This doesn't just affect students, it affects us as teachers, it affects us as bus drivers, it affects us as nutrition workers. Nobody wants to be rushed. You go out to a fine dining restaurant, you sit down. It might take you 10 minutes to order. So what we have created is a 1960s lunch style that's now much, much different. 1960s, kids went through, you got potatoes and chicken, take it, leave it, go home, kid. We have choices now. We offer fresh fruits and vegetables, salad bars when we're not during COVID, different opportunities and choices. Some of our kids don't recognize the foods on their trays. We try and help them along, guide them. Even those high school seniors, we feed 1,100 of them when we're fully in service. Those lines reach from 4 serving points all the way through the halls of Lewiston. Kids need a chance to get their food. I stand there with a timer. At one elementary, we were serving at the cashier a transaction every 30 seconds. That was from the time they actually got in the line, grabbed their tray and went through it. And the cash register itself was processing a student every 2 seconds. So I noticed that the time frame wasn't being held up because there's multiple points that the line could get held up. And it wasn't indeed in the serving area so much as it was getting to the serving area. When the school schedules a large group of kids to come down and a large group of them participate, that's when we hit some issues. So right now in my school system, when we're fully operational, 80% of the students participate in my services, which means my lines are really long. It's a good problem to have. They want to eat there, they need the meals, they need the nutrition. They don't have food at home. I have kids that will ask to wrap up food, take it with them because they don't have food at home. One of the students I watched, they got their food. They were the last in line. They sat down with a tray. They had an Italian sandwich, carrots, applesauce, milk. We even gave them a treat that day, pudding. And then I watched as someone came over and said that they had 3 minutes to eat that whole meal. I was appalled. I actually, as a nutrition director, I said to that ed tech, I will sit down with that student and allow them to eat. I will walk them personally back to their classroom because that was so appalling to me. The student in the turn they felt singled out, of course, and so they threw away their food. They threw it away. So I'm watching that as it happens over and again. The other thing that this lunch period offers us and the students is a mental break. In the cafeteria, our lunch ladies and lunch men, we get to hear about the tests they failed. We get to hear how they didn't get along with a friend. And I have had over the years students that part of their IEP plan is to come and get a hug from the lunch lady and to sit for a while and talk with us. So that social emotional connection and that break from your educational teachers has been worthwhile for those students to reset themselves for the rest of the day. Students that don't eat the food, that don't get a chance to eat the food, end up right in the nurse's office. It gets compounded. So the nurses then are dealing with students that are in there for a tummy ache, and it's literally because of hunger. I want to point out that this bill alone is looking at lunchtime. We've solved breakfast. We have some laws in place that allow breakfast after the bill. So breakfast after the bell has been successful. We're doing it now during COVID. It was a really hard one in my district. We've always done breakfast before the bell, take it or leave it. But now because of our high food insecurity, I can literally just give them food. And right now during COVID, we offer the food delivered into the classroom so the kids don't have to do as much wayfinding or walking throughout the hallways. So it does give food a little more readily available. So there's some couple of different solutions that could be had. Giving food to take home on a school bus, not a good solution. I have lots of pictures of buses filled with food that kids just can't carry, take home. So it's really getting it into the day as best we can. I would agree though, and we're probably going to hear of some people saying that, what do we do with the kids that have high energy? A kindergartner to have 30 minutes might not be the best choice. I know in our pre-K programs, the teachers eat with the students as part of the educational process. So how can we transfer that to helping students learn how to eat? And as adults, I can say I was one of those people rushed through that 15 minutes. So learning how to eat as an adult, it's very hard to do. I've often wanted to take the teachers when they have teacher workshop days and condense their lunch period down to 15 minutes to see how they would feel about the food waste. Because I do get a lot of people that talk about the food waste going in the trash can. And when a student has only 15 minutes to eat, that's where we see a fair amount of it go. And then we compost it or we throw it away. So anything we can do to give students a little more time to eat is really good. I'd also like to remind you, I think we talked about, nutritious foods take longer to eat. A lot of students, especially in elementary school, they're losing teeth. It's a natural process. They literally don't have teeth to eat some of these foods. It's hard for them, or they're wearing braces and they can't eat those foods as easily. So again, offering them with their peers that chance to eat is really valuable. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and I'm certainly available if you have any committee work as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Ms. Roman? None at this time. Again, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. You have a great afternoon. Next up is the actually last two speakers are both opponents of the bill. First up is Dr. Couturier, followed by Mr. Bailey.
Fantastic, thank you. Excuse me. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I'm still the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. And just before I begin my testimony, I want to state that the MPA is a supporter and a member of Full Plates, Full Potential. So we fully recognize the importance of school nutrition. However, that being said, the MPA Legislative Committee unanimously opposes LD 655. School administrators and staff create a master schedule every year to maximize the appropriate amount of time for students to learn, move, and eat. They have the flexibility to move this time if need be to meet guidelines, mandates, as well as student needs. There are schools who currently offer 30-minute lunch period because this is what works best in their schools and districts. As a matter of fact, 100% of the people on my legislative committee have 30-minute lunches for all of their students. Adding an additional mandate, however, could dramatically impede on the daily schedule of other schools. And just to, on a personal note, the last school that I was a principal at before coming to the MPA, I had a gym and cafetorium, which is a gym, cafeteria, and an auditorium. And I was not able to offer 30-minute lunches to my elementary school students. I wasn't. If I had, because we had shared staff, I would have had to start lunch at 10 o'clock in the morning, which doesn't necessarily get them through for the entire day. So trying to maximize the schedule and the amount of time that students could eat, it was pretty significant. The other issue is regarding discipline. If students finish their lunch early, which most do, they are unable to either go back to their class or go out for recess. And there tends to be a significant increase in student discipline issues. This could potentially cause a student bullying or a safety issue. We want to ensure that the students have enough time to eat while maintaining a safe environment as well. So for these reasons, the MPA urges the committee to vote ought not to pass on 655, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I'm not seeing any at this time. I do actually. Representative Brennan, please, sir. Representative, you may be
muted for so long, I forgot to unmute. Thank you, Senator. And this is just a quick question. Do all the school districts across state now have written policies about school lunch time?
I'm not sure it's much of it's a policy, but they have practices and they do have some flexibility depending on the number of schools they have, the number of classes they have, if they have shared staff, what is their overall beginning of the day, ending day, time start. So I'm not sure if it's so much a policy, but they do have the flexibility of practice to try to maximize what they can.
Okay.
And then in
just a
addition to
quick-
that, they also have, the teacher contracts and what they might have for allotted lunches. And there's a lot of things that go into the scheduling of the day.
Okay, just another quick follow-up. I'm assuming that all school districts have a schedule.
Yes.
And is that schedule set by the administration or is it set by the school committee?
Every experience that I've ever had, it's been set by the schools, shared with the committees, but it's been created by either the administrator or usually actually some sort of school leadership team to create a schedule that's going to work for the classes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative McCray, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Dr. Couturier. You kind of shot a hole in my question right at the very end of the last thing you said about teacher contracts, professional contracts, et cetera, like this. And it's kind of always been my understanding that technically, labor-wise, which is not what this bill is about, I understand that. This is about the kids. But the two are entwined a bit, or intertwined. Our staff supposed to have by law a half-hour duty-free lunch, and yeah, that's the first question. I'll follow up in a second.
Not by law. They may by contract, but not necessarily by law.
It seems the follow-up would be, if I may, Mr. Chair, the follow-up would be, isn't it interesting to me and to probably everybody that more staff members have a right, either by contract or whatever, to a half-hour lunch than students?
Some do, but not all.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time for Dr. Couturier? Seeing none, thank you again very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I've got company behind me here, rocking a little bit, but thank you, folks, and thanks for your patience. Next up will be Stephen Bailey, and Stephen is also speaking in opposition to the LD. Welcome back, sir.
I have to go potty too.
Again, great to be back with you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying today on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association. And yes, in opposition to LD 655. This was a little bit of a difficult one for us, as Dr. Couturier mentioned, that they are members of Full Plates and Full Potential. We are as well. We also are aware that schools also have a wellness policy. They may not have a policy, Representative Brennan, as it relates to what they dictate for the amount of time for lunch, but typically school nutrition is a part of that wellness policy, and certainly they want to make sure that student wellness as it relates to lunchtime is a component of that. On the other side, school boards and superintendents oppose this bill because it attempts to mandate what is and what has to be a local decision. Lunch periods are scheduled based on the number of students we have, the number of students we have to serve, the space available to seat them, and the classes and activities that have to occur on any given day. Those factors will vary district by district, school by school. We do understand there's a concern about, in some areas, about lunch periods that are too short. School boards and administrators hear those concerns and mitigate them whenever possible. The reality is there is literally not enough time in the school day to do all we want to do, and mandates often add to that time pressure. I do empathize with the students that Alyssa Roman spoke about. In terms of 3 minutes, certainly much too short a time to be able to expect anyone to be able to not only eat, but have any presence of mind to be able to be ready for the afternoon after lunch. School boards in their policy making role working with their superintendents juggle the many demands on students and staff and put forward the best educational program possible. The accommodations made for students certainly are hoped to be made with students who eat slowly.
Sir?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir, but I thought it was on my end, but it appears as though we're having difficulty hearing you for about the last minute and a half, so.
So let me start back maybe with the middle piece. I would just state that we understand there's concern in some areas about lunch periods that are too short. School boards and administrators hear those concerns and mitigate them when possible. And as I mentioned before, that 3-minute time that was talked about by Alyssa Roman, that should never be the norm. Students should have time. I would say, and this goes back to Representative Roche's comment about disciplinary concerns that may happen if students have too much time to eat, especially I was an elementary principal. We had K to 5 students, and certainly too much time was always an issue rather than too little time. School boards in their policy-making role, working with their superintendents, juggle the many demands on students and staff and put forward the best educational program possible. The scheduling of that program cannot be responsive to local needs if it's mandated by the state. We want to underscore in our discussions with our members, it's clear that accommodations are made for students who eat slowly or try to be made and who are unavoidably late for lunch. There are caring people in the lunchroom and in the schools who do the best they can to look out for those children. And when situations come up, like was spoken about before, then adjustments need to be made to make sure that both school nutrition staff as well as other folks in the building who are supervising the lunchroom provide the time that's needed for those students to be able to successfully have lunch and be ready for the afternoon. And with that, I would take questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Bailey.
Good to see you as well, Representative McCray.
I understand the time constraints. I lived through it. I saw it, and there were frustrations with it. And I'd be having my biology class that was as far away from the cafeteria as it could possibly be in my building, with the exception of one classroom. And my kids would blast out of there and race down the hall despite the penalties to get there. But a line is a line is a line. And even if you have a half an hour,
yeah.
And if the process is slow enough so that that last kid gets into that cafeteria 26 minutes into lunch period, and then on some of these real slow ones, short lunch periods of 15 to 18 minutes, that kid may well barely get the 3 minutes. And what could be done? I mean, how do we prevent that? I mean, I understand all the time constraints in the world, but we can't have a third grade kid in grade 3 having 3 minutes to eat.
Well, off the top of my head, I mean, one of the things that I've always talked about within the school, and it was brought up earlier in terms of schools have schedules. Do you need to this is a school by school, district by district question, but do you need to operate the school day with bells? I mean, I would be viewed as a heretic probably by superintendents and school board members. However, can scheduling be looked at more flexibly, to be able to provide, alternatives to those folks that are close to the cafeteria versus those folks that are, furthest away from the cafeteria. I mean, some of the out of the box thinking that was described earlier by Superintendent Perry with regard to funding, I think, some out of the box thinking could happen here as well. And even 30 minutes. We tried to even go to recess before lunch, thinking that recess before the students would have the opportunity to be active and come back and be ready for lunch, and then be able to transition back into the classroom, thinking that disciplinary issues that typically arise in the playground wouldn't be as robust if they had a chance to eat afterwards and then transition back into the classroom. We were trying to find ways of providing more time at the end of the class, at the end of the lunchroom period, for students to actually be able to finish their lunches. But we were like Dr. Couturier, we had shared staff. We had basically a 45-minute lunch recess combined period. So essentially, students had 22 and a half minutes, to come into the lunchroom, be served, and this was in a relatively small building. We empathize with the issue for sure, but we don't think that necessarily mandating a 30-minute period is the best thing to be doing through the law. And I guess I would side with Representative Sampson, in terms of is this a necessary bill?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional questions for Mr. Bailey at this time? No? Well, seeing none, sir, again, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Good to see you all today.
Have a good evening. Sam, can we confirm? It appears that is it, but I want to
That's everyone, Senator.
thank you very much, sir. So I'm going to call the hearing on LD 655 to a close. Thank you, folks, very much. And prior to leaving, does anyone? Yes, sir. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to put the last gentleman on the spot. Just to remind everyone, this bill is not a mandate. There is a out clause, if you will, that, matters. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you, sir. And Sam?
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to let everybody know that we do have our 2 confirmation hearings on Friday, and I did send out the first packet for one of the nominees earlier today, and I will get any remaining bits and pieces that come to me from either the governor's office or LIO or anywhere out by this evening, so that members have time to review that, before the confirmation hearings on Friday. So just be on the lookout for that. It shouldn't be as long as last time when we tried to do like 11 nominees in one day. We just have to do 2.
Okay. Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, our time to reconvene is 10 o'clock on Friday morning. Is that correct?
Correct, Representative. There's a presentation with the Department of Education on the CTE funding formula, and then we'll have the nominations at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Representative Brennan. Can I?
I'm fine at this point.
All right, sir. I just wanted to be sure that I didn't forget anything that might have come up in our conversations at all today. Folks, thank you very much for a great day. Appreciate all you've done. And we will see you on Friday. Take care.